It changes everything. It changed my work, the way I feel about my work, the way I'm able to do my work. It changed the content of my work. It changed the way I approach my creativity. It changed my process. It changed my brain. It changed my like emotional landscape. It changed my body. It changed my bank account.
I love it. This,
There is literally nothing in my life that it did not change.
yeah, yeah.
Just nothing.
Especially,
It's all different. We have the before time and the after time.
especially, especially.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Hey, everybody! It's a Wednesday afternoon, not a Thursday night, but a Wednesday afternoon. And what does that mean? Is that something special? Well, of course it's something special. It's Gavin Doodle time with me, Mark Hoffman, and today's guest we're gonna have on Brigette Barrager, who has done a ton of books: the UNI the Unicorn, Fred's Big Feelings, all about Fred Rogers, one about Mary Blair called Pocket Full of Colors, which is, of course, beautiful and hints at all that lovely Mary Blair work. We got a book on Lucy. We got a book called The Nice Dream Truck. So they're going to be joining us today. We're going to have a wonderful chat, as usual. I'm going to be working on this Cyclops piece that I drew up a couple of weeks ago and just haven't had a chance to work on. And then as a reminder, I put out the ad for this week, earlier this week for the month. And so next week we will have on, I'm just letting everybody know ahead of time, that we're going to have on Zoe Persico, who did this amazing Greta and the Giants and, why am I drawing a blank? How to Be Friends with a Succulent? I'm probably screwing that one up. But today we are going to have the lovely, again, Brigette Barrager on with us. What I want to do is I want to shift gears to a picture of my face so you don't just see a image. There we go. For those that are wondering, last week I made pieces with Raul Gonzalez. I need to get stuff scanned and put up and organized for, because we're going to auction them off and just try to raise some money for a good cause. As well, if you're watching this, hopefully you've seen it here, but you can also watch these on YouTube. I had someone write me asking me about an old one that somehow had an issue on Instagram for them, and I was able to point them at YouTube where they're all posted. And it's under Studio Hoffman. So let me let our special guest in for the day. I'm going to... Is anything in here? Hello? Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Let me put my my earbuds. Sometimes more trouble than they're worth. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, great.
Okay. No, I've had the same issue with my earbuds where it's somehow the microphone doesn't link up in the right way.
It just doesn't feel like it. It's like, this is too much work for me.
Well, thank you for joining. We are big fans in this household, and we have the same agent.
Yeah.
And so we're sort of like distant cousins already of some sort. But and this is going to be fun. It's an afternoon. I've been doing nighttime ones recently, and so afternoons are always good because I'm awake.
Yeah.
You're out in LA, right? Or out in California?
Yeah, I'm in Burbank. I'm in beautiful, sunny Burbank, California, where home of all animation studios and most other movie studios as well. Yeah.
You teach at Cal Arts, right?
Yeah, I've been teaching there since 2011.
2011.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's been, what's that like?
15 years.
15. Yeah. Okay. It is 2026. There we go.
Yeah.
So I have lots of questions for you already loaded up, but for those that are out there watching and are going to be tuning in later, etc., um, can you give us a little history of who you are and what you do? I know some, but I'm going to ask you deeper dive as we go into the conversation today. But
Yeah.
can you give us a little brief like synopsis?
All right, like the nutshell. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So I am from California. I'm from a tiny little town called Carpinteria, which is mostly a beach.
Okay.
Um, and I was born and raised there, and I always knew that I wanted to like draw, but I didn't really have an idea, like a specific concept about like what that was going to look like. Oh,
Yeah.
there's Amy, the author of the Mary Blair book and Lucy, and our upcoming Cyndi Lauper book. Yes, that's the one. She's asking if that's a Mary Blair behind me, and it is.
Yeah. Wait,
In my office.
you have a original Mary Blair behind you? Okay, I was like, he threw me for a loop. I'm like, how did you get your hands on that?
I didn't.
Okay.
It's a print, but it's a print from Disneyland in like the 90s, so it
Yeah.
is at this point vintage.
Yes. Yeah.
And because I'm on a theme today, I guess I also have my Mary Blair mug on my desk, also from Disneyland. So I'm from this little town. I knew I wanted to draw. My grandfather was a fine artist, so he made fine art silk screens, and he was also a graphic designer. So he designed for Jostens, which is a company that makes like class rings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So he
Interesting.
designed like one of the Super Bowl rings, like one from the 70s.
Did he
Yeah.
have one? Did he have like?
I don't think so. I don't think he had, because they have like diamonds in them and stuff. Like they're
Yeah.
really like solid gold, like fancy
Yeah.
objects, you know?
It just would
Uh,
have been cool to have one just to say like, yeah, he could
I
say he was once in the NFL at some
I
point.
know. At some point, my uncle told me which year it was, and I looked up the ring, and I was like, I mean, all of these like sports like trophy rings, they're all like just crazy looking. Like they're
Yeah.
so like
Yeah.
ornate. Like the Dodgers won the World Series this year, and I saw like what the rings look like, and I was like, I mean, this is just like a Fabergé egg. You just put
Yeah.
this in your house and look at it. It's not really to
Yeah.
wear.
Yeah. It's not subtle of any sort.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
So
Um, but yeah, my grandfather was an artist, so I always had this like being an artist for a living didn't seem like a distant, faraway dream. It seemed like a very tangible, very doable thing to me.
yeah.
And also, I was just like, there isn't like anything else. Like, I need to draw things. I need to like make images. That's just like what I need to do.
Yeah.
So where that ended up leading me was I let's see, what's the important information? I got I ended up getting like an art scholarship when I graduated from high school, which was like, it wasn't very much, but this is in the year like 2002. So you could get by on a lot like less
Yeah. Yeah.
money
You
at
could
that
scrape
point.
by. Yep.
Yeah, so I think the scholarship was like $2,000 a semester or something, but it paid for like all of my city college tuition so
That's
that I could like take just studio art classes, because up until that point in my life, I had been in public school in my hometown, and like, we had like a ceramics class, but there wasn't a lot of art. I
yeah.
was kind of like doing, drawn in my sketchbook like on my own. And then I did go to CISA, the California State Summer School for the Arts,
Okay.
which, yeah, they host it at Cal Arts, like on the campus, but it's not actually a program of Cal Arts. It's just hosted there.
Yeah.
So I did do that for 2 summers for creative writing. So I was like, perhaps there's some medium that could combine these two things that could be like,
Yeah. Yeah.
storytelling and drawing could like go together somehow. So I went to City College for a semester, which was very kind of like frowned upon. It was very like, you're going to City College, like, what are you doing with your life? You're
Uh,
gonna end
okay.
up like a townie stuck in your small town, like living at home with your mom. Like anybody who's really like a go-getter goes to college right away as fast as they can and like gets out of here.
Yeah, yeah.
You
No,
know?
there was a big stigma back in the day, I think, with
Really, really big, which
community
like
college.
honestly, now that I'm an adult and I have children, I'm like, please don't go to college when you're 17.
Yeah,
Don't do that. Like
yeah.
you're a child. Your
Figure out who
brain
you
is
are.
still
Yeah.
growing. Like
Yep.
you're gonna be out there on your own trying to like feed yourself. Like I don't think so. Um, but it was a really great year for me because I was like allowed to be independent and I was like I felt like this is my money, so I get to like call the shots of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And the requirement was just that I be a full-time student. So I just took 12 units of studio art classes and made a portfolio, and I applied to one art school, and it was Cal Arts.
Okay. Okay.
And I didn't realize when I applied to the character animation program that it's actually like it's a difficult program to get into, and especially on
Very
like
much so. Yeah.
try.
Yeah. Yeah.
After I had been accepted and the school year started and I was talking to my classmates, one of the questions that they kept asking each other was like, how many times did you apply? How many times did it take you
Yeah.
to get
Yep.
in? And for
Yep.
some like really more talented than me folks, it had taken them like 2, 3 tries to get in.
I mean,
So
it is known as like I know a lot of East Coast stuff because I'm on the East Coast, but like Cal Arts, everybody knows Cal Arts, and specifically for their animation program in particular, like it is a known entity.
yeah, but because I didn't like know anything, I guess I had beginner's luck on my side because I was just like, I don't know, here's
Yeah.
all my life drawings, all my like, sketchbooks. Here's like here it is. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
So I went to Cal Arts for 4 years. I made 4 films while I was there. I graduated with a BFA in character animation. And then I had one summer internship at Pixar in the art department.
Okay.
And I had one, I don't remember what they're like. They called it like an apprenticeship, and then they were like, oops, we can't call it that because if we do, the animation union says we have to pay you twice as much. So instead, we're going to
Okay.
call you
Yeah.
trainees.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
a little workaround that you're not so keen on, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. We were like, cool. But I was there for almost a year, and then I left because it was like every 6 months they would like extend the trainee position, and I was just like, I'm just like,
Yeah.
don't I'm not feeling the like I feel like I went to Cal Arts so that I could learn how to be like the author of my work, and this is simply not being accepted here as like
Yep.
anything
Yep.
that has value.
Yep.
And like I had a real issue with like the culture of the studio too. Like specifically, I had a lot of people telling me all the time how lucky I was to be there.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I can imagine with Pixar, there is a lot of, or sort of like major studio like that, there's a lot of, uh, I don't want to say ego, but like a lot
Well,
of clout
there is.
that
That's
comes.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I mean, these are places that have like legendary reputations. Like it makes sense that if that is your dream, you would go there and feel extraordinarily lucky.
Yeah.
I always thought that I would end up in television animation making cartoons. So I was sort of like, not like I'm trying to figure out like what is it that I'm even doing here?
Yeah. Was this the point where you started to think about kidlit, or was that like a later?
No, this is the thing about me and books, is that when I look back at like all the things that where I was sort of like doing and playing with and trying to figure out, it seems sort of like obvious in hindsight that I would
Yep.
have ended up in books. But in the moment, that didn't seem obvious to me at all because, I went to school for animation and I trained in animation and all my knowledge was around animation. So like books really seemed like this
Yeah.
distant, far off universe that I like didn't know anything about at all.
I can understand that. I've heard that from quite a few folks, honestly, that like came
Yeah.
to kids lit later in life. They didn't see or they didn't connect the dots until afterwards, and they said like this has been leading this direction the whole time, and I
Yeah.
just pick up on it early enough.
And there just didn't seem to be like an obvious like pathway,
Yeah.
like with with CalArts, it was like you go to school for this and then you go do this. And the
Yep.
two things are very like connected to each other one to one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Versus like with Kidlit, like there are illustration programs, but I don't know. Do they like directly like lead? Like, is there an obvious pathway to like lead
No.
you to working in Kidlit from there?
Yeah. See, like I went for illustration. I went to Ridley for illustration, and I teach an illustration program right now. And illustration has a very broad range. But it's also so independent of a location. The CalArts is right there in the sort of mecca of production. That
Yep.
is a very easy one-to-one relationship. And I
Yeah.
imagine I can totally understand what you're sort of saying or implying is that it's an easy sort of like, well, I go from A to B,
Yeah.
and there's so many other different avenues for folks to sort of venture out, and you may not be looking at Z because B is right in front of you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Really, it feels like connect the dots. And with Kidlit, it was more like paint by number, but you figure out the colors and then like you have to just like fill it in and figure it out.
yeah, yeah,
Feels a lot scarier. And it's also like um and I even feel this like now as someone who's been working in it for a long time. It can just feel like you're putting your work out there and it's disappearing into a void and you're like,
there's less of a safety net.
yeah,
There's like, when you can rely on a studio, and if you do something that doesn't work out, potentially there's another season or another show that you can jump to. But when
yes.
you're on your own, there is a little bit of a like, if people don't like it, what happens? Kind
Yeah.
of.
Which is something that I got like I had to get used to that feeling like that being okay with that like really fast because
Yeah.
I quit working at Disney and then I had nothing else. I was just like, I don't know. I'm gonna buy a printer and like start an Etsy store and like sell prints and like I don't know. I guess I'll go to the Alternative Press Expo and like set up a table and like try to just like get my work out there and I'll keep updating my blog and like see what
Yeah.
happens.
And eventually books hit at some point.
Eventually, an art director emailed me and was like, "Do you want to work on this book? We're looking for an artist that can do like this was in like 2008, so the movie Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs was just coming out.
Yeah.
The movie, right?
Yep.
So already confusing because it's a book that became a movie that then they're doing a book for.
And then there was a movie after that, and then another book, and then another movie. Yeah.
But they just needed someone that had kind of a background in animation so that they would have an artist that could kind of like do the style of the visual development artwork.
Yeah.
And this art director was just like, I think you could probably do it. And so I did it. And that was like the first book that I ever illustrated. And I really had like, it was a lot of like me asking like pretty like silly questions where I was just like, is there like a template or something?
Yeah. Yeah. What happens if I want to draw something to the edge of the page? How do you deal with that? And
yeah. It's like, do I like so I have to illustrate around where the words are so that nothing is like so you can read it. Yeah, okay, got it.
Did when that first book hit, was it sort of uh, a moment, like a sort of like an aha, or was it still kind of uh, foreign in some aspect?
Not really. It was sort of like I did have a moment when I was working on it where I was like, "Oh no, I agreed to do this and I don't know how to do it. Like, why
Yeah,
did I said yes and I'm gonna do it, but like I don't know how to do it."
yeah, yeah.
And
Okay.
then my partner was like, "Why would you like be afraid of illustrating a book? You made like 3 student films by yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, like this is not nearly as complex as those things were." And I was like, "Oh yeah, you're right. I will just figure this out by doing it," which is honestly like how I figure out most things is just like by doing,
Well,
you know?
I
Um,
can commend you just on the aspect of like I'm not someone who would take that kind of leap of faith of like I have a job or I'm working at this location or these things and just go, you know what? I'm gonna throw it all up in the air, see where it lands. And like people that can do that, I have so much respect for, that can like take that risk not knowing, and obviously it like pays off to have that kind of mindset to say like I can do it. And I have certain things in my life I can do like that, but just
yeah.
career wise, like I'm too scared of the risk at all times. So I to hear that you're like trying and tackling new things and whatnot is fabulous, but it's so far out of my realm. And
Well, it is also like a theme. And again, this is like looking back, like in hindsight, I'm like, I have like the most like confidence of anyone who's like, does just for like no reason. I'm
yeah,
just like, I could do it. I'll
yep,
just do it.
yep,
I'll just do it. It's fine. And at that moment also it was like, I was like 23, you know, like a baby, like just like I had like 4 bills and like nothing to lose, you know, like it was just like the stakes were like kind of like so low.
I like the understanding of saying 4 bills. I know what that means, but just that idea of like the number of that equates to sort of your uh, worldliness in some way. Just the number of bills that you have. Um, so I want to dive into all sorts of like this is uh, there's all sorts of questions that have populated already from this conversation that I got to dive into. Um, but I want to make sure that we get to drawing, and I want to make sure
Yes.
that we tell people. But my wife always wants to know because she documents this whole thing upstairs.
Uh-huh.
She's watching every single show. We've done almost 200 shows. She has watched every single one of them and written down notes as we go along. And so one of the things that we want to know is sort of what you work with or what you're going
Uh-huh.
to work with tonight, and then what are you going to draw?
Oh
Because
yeah.
I don't know
Okay.
as we sort of figure that out yet.
So I have a plan because I was like, I need to like plan things out because it'll be too chaotic if I'm trying to plan things in front
Yeah.
of other people. So I'm going to turn my camera around and show you. This is my desk and what I have done. So these are my like aquarelle crayons, which this is kind of like a new like medium for me. I haven't used these that much. And I also have my favorites, which are my little inks, my
Uh,
watercolor
P.H.
inks.
Martin.
I love
Yes.
them.
Yes.
They're
Is
just
that
my
is that
favorite.
the opera pink one there on the left?
This is
Or,
moss rose and scarlet, and this is alpine rose, but it's a real old crusty one. So it's like almost empty, and I would probably just like put some water in that because it's probably got some nice like weird sediment in the bottom.
yeah, those things are just so saturated. Those colors in those
I
bottles.
like them. They're just my favorite. And I made this texture last night.
Ooh.
So I basically just like scribbled all over this. And the cool thing about these aquarelle crayons is that they like, you get a little scratchiness from the pigment in the crayon, but depending on how much water you put and how much you mix it, it kind of just like pools and crackles, like it crackled over here, and like
Oh,
a
cool.
lot of like fun stuff.
Yeah.
And a thing that I really like to experiment with is just like control versus not control. And there's the rest of my PH Martins over here in a.
I don't think I've ever seen a collection of PH Martins that big.
Really? Is that a lot?
Well, I feel like I've only ever seen like 5 colors, 10 colors at a store ever, and so I didn't realize they
Oh
have that.
yeah, there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
There's a
Oh,
lot.
that's cool.
Yeah, and they're all this cherry red. Some of these are like real old,
Yeah.
but I just love them. They're just like so great. And then this is like my little setup in my office with my Cintiq and
Ooh.
my desktop. And over there is Sean's workspace. My husband Sean, he's a production designer, and he sometimes has to work from home if he has like early meetings and stuff. And then big bookcase with lots of kids' books on it.
This
Another bookcase with a lot of books. And then these are all my books down here because I'm getting ready to like sell them on my site. There's Sean's Emmy just hanging out by the Mary Blair.
Yeah, sure. Just throw that up there.
So, I mean, he would want me to point that out to you,
Yeah.
so I have to. And then, yeah, this is our shared office space, and then out the window is the backyard with like camellia bushes.
You got good light and everything in that studio space. I'm in a basement, and so I don't get that kind of light in here. We're also not in California, so we end up with
Yeah,
gray right about now.
yeah. We
Um,
we're lucky to be in this spot where like I just love to look out the
yeah.
back window and see the neighborhood cats like walking through the backyard. You can see my kids' like little kiddie pools out there.
Oh.
The Emmy is for because somebody asked. Here's Sean's Emmy, and it is for outstanding main title for Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that you worked on that.
Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
production designer of that
Nice.
show. So here's what I'm going to be working on today. Wake up, computer. Okay, I have to log in. I never was a person that locked my computer, like had a password before I
Yeah.
had kids.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah, because they'll get up there and just like start like slamming the buttons and stuff. And
How old are they?
they are 4 years old. They're
Okay.
twins.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, and they also will fight over like I'll let them like draw on over it. So like I have to like yeah, I have to be very judicious about like the time like that
Yeah.
we spend on the computer. But I scanned it in, and I was going to illustrate a quote, an Audrey Hepburn quote. She said that to plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow. And I just thought that that was like so lovely that I was like, all right, I'm imagining that we're going to like do some like flowers here and then have the words of the quote up here at the top. But we're going to go like, I'm going to go from like start to finish. Like you're going
Okay,
to see my
cool.
whole disgusting process because I didn't even like do a sketch yet.
No, this is good. I mean, the goal of this is as much to let people just play
Yeah.
that typically have a job that doesn't give them that kind of time. And so, as much as you can, yeah, just goof around, play, and figure it out, and that's the goal essentially today. So do you want to jump into our? Oh, I see a circle. Is that just me, or is that? Can everybody hear me? I think that may be Bridget's end of things. Okay, it's yeah, but I'm still moving. Okay, so my guess is Bridget will be back on here in 1 second, and we'll get started. Um, so as long as people can hear me in the background, I'm gonna throw this up so people can see. It's gonna be backwards, but this is what I'm gonna work on today. So this is my little Cyclops drawing that I'm gonna turn into something. And so once Bridget is available, I don't know if I can kick Bridget out or if it means that. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try dropping Bridget here if I can get that to do what I need. And then I'll see if I can let them back in 1 second. I don't know if they ran out of power or if something happened on there. on their end. But as long as everybody can still see me, then I don't have to do anything fancy. So bear with me. In the meantime, here. Lauren, here's your photo. Ready? Lauren, get ready to take a screenshot. Okay. Let me see if I can get Bridget back in. Hold on one second. Oh, I already did it. You didn't take it? Yeah, it looks like their Instagram crashed. So let's give it a second, and I'll wait and see if they come back in. In the meantime, again, a reminder: next week we're gonna have Zoe Persico, and then the following week I'm gonna have. Oh, there she is. Tom Engelberger, and I will have more info about auction of the pieces from last week as well. All right, let me see if I can get Bridget back in. Let's see if this works. I'm posing. Whoa! These are for YouTube, so I can have little clips in my head. Huh? That's amazing! Okay, let me see. It is not letting in real quick. Hold on, let me see if I can do this again. Sorry for the delay, folks. This is the fun of the internet. Is there a way to challenge that? So it says unable to join. Okay, let me try sending it again. Come on, show up. There we go. Okay, Bridget, I'm sending an invite. Oh, finally it dropped the original feed. Maybe that was the issue. So I sent an invite. Feel free to join. If that doesn't work, you can always request again, and I will let you back in. It's always something with the internet, with social media. Okay. Let me try this another time. Here we go. Invite is sent. Hey, there we go. We got you back.
Hi, sorry. It was Instagram trying to tell me that I reached my limit for the day. And I was like, no, we're not doing that today. And then it was like, well, you know what? I'm going to mess up all your stuff.
That's funny. I thought it would just be like, oh, the internet crashed or something. I forgot that was a thing that people can.
It is a thing. And apparently it's like set such that if you deny it, it gets very upset.
Okay, well, you're back.
Yeah, here I am.
Okay, so why don't we get our down juice going, and then we can roll into it, and I'll start asking questions, etc.
Yes, let's do it. Okay. Get my little camera.
Yeah, and I have a feed up here that has a little bit of a delay, but I can sort of track what people are asking and things of the sort. And so, so the first thing I wanted to sort of broach a little bit is, I mean, you talked about your history, you talked about being in California, but one of the things that I've always appreciated about your work in general is there is a vintage vibe to a lot of your work.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is that something that sort of came from either childhood? Because obviously you did not grow up in the 30s or the 50s or what have you.
Yeah.
But is that something because of the location, like because of Hollywood and the old, the vibe that's there? Or is that something that came from some family thing? Or is that just something that you just enjoy out of nowhere?
Honestly, that just has to do with taste. Like, I can remember like like going to like my Oma's house. So my Oma that's my Dutch grandmother, and
Yep.
like um just being like, this place is from like a different time. Like this is from a different time, and
Okay.
like how interesting that in a different time everything looks different. I just had like I just yeah, I just like it. Like I liked old things. My parents were um old as parents for their
Okay.
generation.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
they're born in like the 40s, like the late 40s. They're baby
Okay.
boomers. So they also had like what I thought of as like cool old stuff around, you know? Like my dad's parents had been like young during like the Great Depression and like the Dust Bowl and stuff. So
Yeah.
like he still also had an appreciation for like cool stuff. Like he had a series of old trucks when I was a really little kid, and like looking at like pictures of like him in Minnesota, like when he was a kid with his siblings, was really like it felt like time travel. Like, oh, that seems like so far away and like kind of magical, and like how cool that like an image or an object can still feel like it's from then.
Yeah. Was it
Uh,
was it like did they watch a lot of old movies and things that sort of got you into that? Like you're doing a quote from Audrey Hepburn. It's not
yeah.
every kid in the '80s was watching Audrey Hepburn on a regular basis, and so were you exposed to a lot of it at a young age, or is that just something that just was like intentionally exposed to it? I guess is the question I'm asking,
I
or is that
don't think
something?
so. I think like a lot of it kind of had to do with like, and I don't know what the age range of your like viewership is really, but like, you'll know what I'm talking about, which is that like back in the day, children, if you wanted to watch some content, you would just go in your living room and turn on the TV,
Yep.
and whatever was playing on the TV is what you were watching.
Yep.
Like it's just like you didn't really like have a lot of like choice about it. It's just like here it is. Today you're watching this.
Yeah.
It's here. Um
And it wasn't always good, that's for sure. That's
yeah, no, it wasn't always good, but it was like there was always something. Like
like
there was just there was a lot of it.
my wife and I just finished watching we were listening to a podcast about bad movies, and we just finished watching Return to Oz on
Oh,
the
you were listening to How Did This Get Made?
yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was really
that episode sort of like broke my heart because I was like, but that's a good movie that I
oh,
love.
that's the first time I've seen it, and it was scary. It is like I know
Okay.
there's a nostalgic factor for a lot of kids that grew up with it, but without growing up with it, but at the same time, if I watched The Dark Crystal, which I did see, I would probably have the same reaction. Like it's a little scary, but I would be like, "Oh, I love this movie." So I get it. I get it.
Yeah, I sort of like I listened to that episode too, and I sort of like I got what they were saying about it as but also I disagreed with some of it because I think that that is a film like as with the actual books, it's not like really working on like like conventional storytelling like level. It's really like all fairy tales do. It's working on a level of where it's like um it's more about like metaphors and about symbols and about like giving things that have no like tangible shape or form uh,
Yeah.
a body or a face or a voice. And a lot of like when I watch that film, I think about like, you know, what's happening to Dorothy is like she's a child and she has this terrific imagination, and like who cares whether the land is real or not? To her it's real.
Did you?
And like it's adults trying to say like, especially in like that historical context where like childhood was not really like a thing yet.
Yeah.
You know, like childhood is like a pretty new concept like for a society to be like, oh, children have different needs and desires than adults, and maybe we just shouldn't be like trying to get all children to act like tiny adults. Um, you know?
There's,
Um,
now there are times where I'd like my son to act like a tiny adult. I'll tell you that.
well, I think that that's like that's the
Please.
impulse,
Yeah.
but because of course wouldn't that make like our adult lives easier?
Easier.
But
Yeah.
then that's also like it's centering your adult experience instead of like allowing children space to be children.
Well, it's akin to that idea of like parents. Um, I like how we're just into like parenting and movies and stuff already. But the idea of like parents living through their kids. Like even the equivalent of I tried to show my son movies that I liked when I was young, and clearly like not all of them connect on the same level, but it's me
Yeah.
wanting him to be like, oh, that's the best movie I've ever seen. And of
Yeah.
course it's not a good movie or it's not a good book or whatever it is I'm showing is just a it's important to me, but I can't force that upon um, a different audience in a way. Anyway, that was a I don't even know how we got onto that, but uh, so thinking about that sort of like that old vintage world, did you watch a lot of like media or things that
Oh
were from the
yeah.
60s, or was it
Yeah.
okay? Because like I was saying to someone the other day that like when I was growing up, we watched black and white shows,
Yeah.
and that was a thing, Gilligan's Island or whatever it may be. Um, and I know that we're relatively close in age. I don't know how disparate that number is, but
I
um,
am 41.
okay, so I'm older. I'm 48. So, but still within the same ballpark that I imagine at one point you had just a few channels to play with.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, you watched what was on, and it's not really a deep choice at all times. Um, and so how much do you think like do you think back to that era when making now? Because I do, like I said, I really appreciate your sort of vintage feel, even though I don't mean vintage in the way that where it's like it's bad, but like it's, oh, that's old and archaic. But there is a design element in there that always feels sort of akin to some of the design principles of the 60s and even into the early 70s that I see in your work. And I'm
Yeah.
wondering how much of that is like intentional versus how much of that is just that's who you are as a person.
I think it's most of it is taste, and then I think probably like just having those things around because that's like what I was looking at. Like, I was like there was a station on TV that was like they would just play like old musicals all the time. So
Mm,
I was just watching these like Technicolor musicals, and there's a lot of them that like they're not like great stories, but like they're beautiful. They're
yeah.
just beautiful to look at. So I'm just like, sitting in my living room, eating some Lucky Charms, watching like The King and I on TV and going like, wow, it's colorful. Look at that guy. He's bald. What's gonna happen? Like, I just kind
Yeah.
of like and then as soon as it's like 4 o'clock, I'm like, well, time to like change the channel. And now I'm watching the Beetlejuice cartoon. Like,
Oh wow, I forgot about the
truly.
cartoon. That
Oh
that
yeah, that was a favorite.
that brings up
Um,
a memory there. Um, with I mean, you must have known about. I mean, clearly with Cal Arts, you knew about Mary Blair and stuff beforehand before working on the book.
I, yeah, I knew about Mary Blair. I actually didn't know, was not familiar with her work at all until I got to Cal Arts.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, and it was actually my partner Sean who was like, I have John Kane Maker's Mary Blair book, and you should look at it because I think you would really like her.
Yeah.
Like,
And
I
then all of a
think
sudden,
maybe
yeah,
she's your favorite artist that you just don't know about yet.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, it's how could it not be people's favorite artists? The Mary Blair
yeah.
aesthetic and approach and all sorts of stuff. Do you with that idea of the um, a lot of the books that you have, like looking at this, like the Fred Rogers, Mary Blair, What was the other one that I have here that was oh, the I Love Lucy. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
do you find that people come to you for that kind of approach a lot, or like in other words, like I ask this question to a lot of folks that have like a very distinct or a unique approach of how much is that a requirement of your job now? Do you feel like you have the freedom to be able to just go, you know what, I'm going to do something in a totally different aesthetic? And the reason I ask that is as animators, oftentimes working in studios, you have to switch gears
Yeah.
and do something in a totally different style.
Well, it's been interesting actually because I feel like the deeper into my career that I get, I still am best known for the style that I used in UNI the Unicorn.
Yeah. Okay.
So like so much so to the point where I'm kind of like, all right, yes, that is a book that I made, but
Yep. Yep.
have you seen the other 17 books that don't
Yeah.
look like that?
I mean, I've
Uh,
how many books total is it? Like around 30? Is that right? Something like that?
it's 30 something, yeah,
Yeah.
at
Okay.
this point. Um, but that's the thing that I'm like really known for. And I have felt in a few projects that like when I was like hired to work on the project, like that's really what they were expecting. Like the expectation was like it's gonna look like Uni the Unicorn. But
Yeah.
my thinking was Uni looks the way that Uni looks because that's what serves that
That book.
story.
Yeah. Yep.
You
Okay.
know, like Uni, like to your, and this is appropriate for your question about like about style and about like this kind of harkening back to like a more like vintage style is that I was like, well, this feels like a story that could exist in like so very many different times. Like this feels like a classic story.
Yeah.
This feels like a little golden book. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it look like a little golden book. I'm going
Yep.
to make it look like Provençals, like 1950s classic like gouache paintings. And that's going to be the look for this book. Not anticipating that that book was going to be so successful that that was then going to be what I would be known best
Yeah.
for, you
Sort of
know?
establish something for you that you didn't intend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is like, it's fine. Like, it just, I have nothing but gratitude to Uni the Unicorn for basically um, making a name for me in such a huge way. But it has been interesting just to like deal with the like, with like the expectations of editors and publishers sort of like expecting that like that's the thing that I'm going to produce. When to me, I'm like, no, we have to let the story is the thing that tells us
Do you have those
what the art
conversations?
should look like.
Do you have those conversations with them, or is it something where like now, like, do you think you've moved past that enough now that you don't have to have that like, well, let me tell you what I would like to do instead of what you want me to do?
Well, it's interesting because I thought, well, yeah, I did. You the Unicorn came out in 2014. So it's now been like 12 years. And in that 12 years, I've done a lot of other books.
Yes.
But I thought, like, surely, like, other like bookmaking entities are aware of these other books. And when I was searching for a new agent not very long ago, last spring, I actually had a conversation with an agent where they were like, kept telling me, like, I was like, oh yeah, I really like to like work in different styles, you know, like I feel like I'm like, one of my great strengths as an artist is that I'm very versatile. So I feel comfortable working in like a lot of different styles. Like I
Yeah.
don't just have one thing that I do. I have like a lot of different like mediums that I like to work in, and I have a lot of different like um I do picture books, but I've also done like chapter books. Like
Yep.
I
Yep.
just feel like I've done fiction and I've done nonfiction. Like I feel comfortable doing like a fantastical like unicorn land, and I also feel comfortable doing like a very researched like this is supposed to look like the Disney studios in the 1930s,
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I feel like comfortable in all these areas. And this agent just kept going like, well, if you want to work in a different style, you really have to like prove to everyone that you can do that first.
Ugh.
And I was like, what are you talking about? Like,
It's it's fascinating to me because like the idea of I always stress to students that it's the story is the star,
yeah,
and
that's how I feel too.
yeah, if the story deserves a different approach, then it needs a different approach. But at the same time, I understand that like the industry does work on they look at your previous iterations and they can look and say, well, we like what they did with this one book. But I would hope that those editors and those art directors would also have that same mindset as it's the story needs to be what it needs to be, not sort of hard
Yeah.
or manhandled through or person handled through force to make it be something other. Um, I mean, I would assume, yeah, at this point that it's starting to ebb away from or flow away from that sort of aspect, but that book has become a it's in the not the lexicon, what's the word I'm looking in the history of picture books at this point, where
Yeah.
oh
And
it's gonna live there in some sense.
yeah, it is. And like, I'm happy for it to be so,
Yeah.
but also, I thought it was like, I don't know. I had a real feeling of like in that moment of like, I was like, is this person like, are they saying this because they are not aware of the other work that I've done?
Mm,
Or are they saying this because they're like, oh, in order for anyone to take a different style of yours seriously, you have to do another style and it's a bestseller?
yeah, or they see money in
Or did
the
they
situation. Yeah.
just see my query and it said UNI the unicorn and they saw little dollar signs dancing around and they were like, well, I'm simply going to get this person on the phone without doing any homework.
Yeah. Yeah. So you ended up with that agent, right?
And that was Jennifer.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
no, this
Yeah.
was like that conversation was so full of not even red flags, but flags of confusion that I was like, well, this is simply not going anywhere.
Yeah. That's it's the sometimes, and it's not to say that the whole pivot world is like that, but sometimes there are some gross aspects that show up, as every industry has. Like you mentioned, the idea
Yeah.
of the animation studio. I mean, I worked in animation, TV animation for about 5 years, and the wear and tear on animators
Yeah.
in situations was at times disheartening. I don't think I knew much about it when I was in it, but then now looking back, I go like, oh, they really sort of used and abused people in a way that was not lovely. But at the same time, I look back and say, but I still had a lot of fun. And Kidlit, there's books that I look at and I go like, well, I should have been more loud about my wants and desires for a project. But at the same time, the book came out and I got hired, and so there's all sorts of weird challenges and hindsight 2020 sort of situation going on with them. Um, so now that we're sort of experimenting or playing with stuff like the aquarelle, the Caran d'Ache,
Hmm.
do you feel like you're broaching um, a new world, a new?
Um, I feel like I'm always trying to do like new things. It's sort of what keeps me like, and not really like on purpose. It's just that I went to the art supply store, um, which shout out to my local favorite art store, Carter Sexton in Studio City down the street from me. Uh, I went there and I found these crayons and I was just like, that could be fun. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So you never worked with them before?
No.
Interesting. Okay.
But that also is not a deterrent to me. I mean, like
Yeah.
the way that I learned how to use Photoshop is like I had just never used it before. And I was like, I'm just gonna try to paint in Photoshop. I don't know. I didn't take a class or anything. I just like sat down with it and started trying to figure it out.
This is
Um,
it's sort of it makes me think of my standpoint of like I tell students when I was in school we had assignments that would be like use Illustrator or Photoshop or InDesign, but there was no hand holding. It was just like go use this, make
Go
this
figure it out.
and done. And you poked around, you pushed every single button, and it's the like I walked to school backwards up hill in the snow kind of argument. But I do think that it makes you a better artist in a weird way when you figure out stuff and learn from those mistakes and challenge yourself in a way that's unexpected. And so that idea of like the aquarelle or different materials, like you have me interested in getting some aquarelles again. Like I had them back in college and I used them in a very different way, and now I'm
Well,
tempted to go out there and get some.
I'm I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm just always like doing things sort of like the wrong way, you know?
Yeah.
But it's as long as I'm kind of like having fun with it, then like does it matter? Like
No.
I don't know if like the way that I'm like, using Photoshop is like correct, if
Yep.
there indeed is a correct way to do it, but I just sat down and was like, I don't know. This seems to work. I don't know. We'll just keep doing it.
And as long as no one goes wrong or you hear a buzzer sound in the background, then you progress forward. Um,
Yeah.
is most of the books now like you have these materials, but are most of the books digital? I didn't
Um,
look at Colophon and the book, so I don't, or the Colophon or however you say it, uh, to know.
so it depends on which book we're talking about. I can tell you like Uni is digital.
Okay.
The Mary Blair Pocket Full of Colors is digital. Um, Fred's Big Feelings is digital, and I use the digital line, but I use a lot of gouache for the backgrounds and colored pencil textures
Mm,
because I just felt like I'm trying to work in like a little bit of like the chaos of like traditional mediums into the digital because I feel like with digital medium, it's very easy to get like very perfectionist.
yep.
And I am sort of disinterested in perfectionism.
Okay.
Like
Yep. Same.
in my own work, it's my tendency, but in the work that I really like, it's part of what I enjoy about it is that it is not perfect. So I was like, well, if I want to get more of that, I have to be willing to like have more chaos present. And part of that is sort of for me, is like using a material that I'm not super comfortable with
So does
because
that
it also gets you away from like, oh, this is how I usually do it, and then falling into like the trap of just being like overly comfortable with a medium and like never trying things out.
does that mean that you like scan in stuff that you've done
Yeah.
traditional material? And
So
so
I would scan
yeah.
it in and then bring it into Photoshop and like composite it. And I also I like Photoshop because I like to play. Like I'll get like an idea, like a vision, like a in my mind of what I want something to look like, but I mean, part of the fun of making something is that like I don't know exactly what it's going to look like.
Yeah, where it's going to end up.
Yeah.
Um, I see there's before I lose track of this, there's a question here that I want to make sure I get
Yeah.
to. Is Lindsay O'Hart asks, totally unrelated, but do you have a favorite of all the kids' books you've done? It said 12 Dancing Princesses was my intro to you, and I love your
Oh,
style so much. And so
oh,
just,
that's really sweet.
you have this list of books that you've rattled off already a few of, but obviously there's a plethora of them out there. And is there a one that you sort of love for whatever reason at this point?
Well, I really love Up until recently, I would have said that my favorite was How to Be a Pirate, because I just really love How to Be a Pirate. Like, I love the message of it. I like the way the art came out. I just like, there's so much about that one that I'm like really happy with. Um, but in April, um, the Cyndi Lauper picture
Ah,
book biography comes out, and it may be my new favorite of my own work. Like, it just,
is it because it's new, or is it because it's like I often like the newest books I've done just because it's the
it's
most
new.
current to what I do. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it doesn't feel like it's something that is uh, antiquated at that point. But obviously, uh, you like it for multiple reasons. But is part of that factor because it's sort of the newest thing, or is it because you like Cyndi Lauper?
It's because I love Cyndi Lauper, and because it's a book that like when Amy the author approached me about working on it, she part of her like pitch was like, I think we need books like this right now. I think we need books that are um about hope and inclusion, and like people who have interesting stories, who have had struggles, but whose creativity is the thing that like pulls them through. And
Yeah,
like I was just like, we do need books like that. And
yeah.
Cyndi Lauper is like the coolest person in the world. Like, how, like, you, like, this is like perfect for this moment. And then she sent me the text, and I sat with it for a little bit, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna like make sure that this book happens. So I sat down and I made a cover for it, just
And
like a sample cover, which like that's kind of how you get like a book going, right? You do
yep.
like a sample cover and like send it and what have you. And I was just like, this book really like it wants to exist. I want it to exist. Like, let's get it going. And the like I made the cover, and then my agent sent it out to like a couple of editors that she thought would be receptive, and it got like it went to the exact right person, and like found its home so quickly, and then was like just so fun to work on the whole time. Like, it was just like me and the designer and the editor and like Amy and Jacqueline, the authors, were just like vibing making this book together. So not only do I like love the way that it came out, but also it was just a joy to work on, which is like not always the case with
Is
books.
Now you've done quite a few little. Not I don't know. I put the word little in there. That's
Yeah, how dare you?
I
Nothing
know.
I do is
What is that?
minuscule.
You did a lot of little quaint little frivolous things. No, you've done a lot of books that have a biography sort of standpoint to them, and a lot of the ones that I've seen or the ones that I've read have been people who are no longer with us.
Yeah,
And Cyndi Lauper, as far as I know, and knock
still
on wood,
going.
is still with us. Wait,
Hmm.
what?
She's still going.
Oh, it's still going. I think you said she's gone, and I'm like,
No,
what?
she's still out there.
Okay.
She just
Have
did
you?
her farewell tour, but now she's going to do a residency in Las Vegas. So
Okay.
she is still rocking and rolling, literally.
I was gonna say, did you have any contact with her in this case? Was there any sort of like research or reach out to her?
I wish we didn't, because interesting interesting fact, but you don't need, like, if someone is a public figure, you
Yeah.
can do a biography about them. Like, all the
Yeah.
information that we used to inform what's in the book is like public
Public.
knowledge. It's
Yeah.
like interviews, it's her autobiography. Um, you know, it's all like things that exist in
Yeah,
the world.
it falls under
Haven't had any like contact with her, which is probably for the better, because if I ever meet her, I will just cry.
that.
Like that's
Okay.
all. I'm just gonna like cry, and I'm gonna barely be able to say to her like, "Oh, Cindy, I'm a goonie," and then I'm just gonna like have to run away.
The no, it's like that idea of, especially it's someone that you grew up with. It's someone that you knew on a different level than, like, if you look back at Mary Blair or those kinds of folks, you can go and say, yeah, they're historically important, but that's not the same as saying, and I listened to their music when I was, you know, 10 or whatever it may be.
Well, listen to it when I was 10. Like, we listened to KRF 101 in the backyard, and they're playing Girls Just Want to Have Fun 100 times every single day.
Yeah,
Like, that's a song that, like, I didn't just grow up with it. All of you grew up with it. Like,
yeah, in some capacity.
it's just in the world. It's like, just, it's there.
With
Um,
Do you have to do a ton of research? Like, obviously, like, there's stuff that's public knowledge that you can use for books like this, and you didn't, someone else wrote it, but you still had to do all the research for visual aesthetics and things of
mhm.
the sort. But how much heavy lift did you have to do to actually work on a book that has that kind of historical reference point?
Well, here's the thing. Because it's Cyndi Lauper, and because she is alive, and because I feel that someday, some way or another, she is going to like have this book in her hands. I was like, I really have to like make sure that this is right. Because what I can't have is I can't have Cyndi Lauper looking at it and going, "You got this wrong."
Yeah.
Like that simply cannot happen. So I did a lot of research. I watched her very good documentary, which like called Let the Canary Sing, which I recommend. I also watched the like, what is the name of it? It's called like The Greatest Night in like rock history or pop history or something, that's like about the We Are the World
Oh,
song
yeah,
and like
yeah,
how
yeah.
that came to.
Yep.
There's a lot. It's not about her, but there's a lot of great Cindy moments in that.
That one with Waylon Jennings leaving because he didn't understand
Yeah.
what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. A really fun watch if you haven't seen it, by the way. I watched that, and then I read her autobiography, and then um, I did, uh, I did a lot of like research. Like I did a lot of like just looking for images of her, like for any like given situation that was in the book. I was like, okay, let's see if we can find a picture from this era so that I can make sure that I'm getting like the hairstyle right, or like the clothes right. Like I
Yeah.
wanted to get it as right as I could. Like not being like a completely like driven by only the information that I was looking at, but I wanted to like be informed.
Yeah. Yeah. You
Like I
don't
wanted to
get
make
it wrong. That,
choices that made sense and that were smart.
yep.
So,
Did the like, I've worked on books where um there's a historical reference point, or there's things where like there needs to be some accuracy.
yeah.
But I'm also dealing with a relatively cartoony style, or
Hmm.
pushing I'm pushing away from that, and so I don't get as much of a fight as what I've heard other folks having. But in a case like this, were the art director and editor relatively sort of like, yeah, you nailed it, or was there any sort of like, well, let's go back and visit this, what she's wearing in this one shot needs to be more like B or C.
We had a little bit of, not really, like, I think maybe on some like really small things, but there was actually a point in the book where I was like, oh, I think this moment in the book needs to either be like moved a little bit like farther into the story, like this moment where it's like, oh, she dyed her hair red and she did this, and I was like, well, that's really like her iconic like look that she's
Look,
known for, but like we're not quite there yet, like on the timeline. So like how are we gonna like make this fit in with the story of the book so it still makes sense?
Mm.
And like I was the one that pointed that out because again, I I'm a Cindy fan. I don't want to get it wrong.
Yeah, yeah. Is there a historical figure like that you would that you've been dying to get your hands on for a book at some point? Being that you and not to say that that's the only type of book you do, but just the idea that you've done a few of those. Are there are there subjects that you lean on and you go like, oh man, it'd be fun to have my hands in that project?
Well, me and Amy have like
Uh,
submitted a book about Madame Ganowalska. We're like crossing our fingies that we submitted it to a few places. We're just crossing our fingers that it gets snapped up by somebody because she's a really like fascinating person.
yeah.
Uh, I don't expect that you know who that is, but she was an opera singer in the 20s, and she was like a socialite, an opera singer. She's from Poland. She moved to America. Like she got married like many times, and then she ultimately moved to my hometown of like my hometown area of Santa Barbara. She bought a ranch in Montecito, and then she planted this incredible garden, which is still there today. It's called Lotus Land. And if you're ever in that area of California, highly suggest worth a tour because it's fantastic, huge, and weird. Like she
And
was way before anybody cared about succulents. And when everyone just thought that they were like weird desert plants, she was collecting them, putting them in her garden. Like she had like dragon trees, which are like these like prehistoric looking, like crazy, huge succulents with like they look like Dr. Seuss trees. And she had like a whole bunch of them. It's just like when you go to the place, you really get a sense of like, this is someone's like life, work, and legacy that I'm just kind of like strolling through right now. And like someone with a lot of like wonderful taste who just like use that taste to like make a part of like the world into like their own reality. And I was like, there's something about that, something about being like a woman and being creative, and like she didn't quite like fit in all of these places in the world, so she decided she was just going to make her own world, and it's still there.
is it a place that you visited when you were young?
I never went there when I was young. I actually only have been there as an adult, but I drove past it many, many, many times.
Yeah. Is it is it something where like the book is more about the opera, or is it more about the like, since it sounds like there's two stages of that life, that the opera and then the garden aspect. Is that
Yeah.
something wherein like it covers both, or is it a singular sort of vision that's being implied?
It does. It covers both. But the thing about her is that, like, she, depending on which source you look at, she was either a very bad opera singer or she was like a pretty okay opera singer.
Okay.
So she was
Okay.
not like, it's not like she was like, knocking it out of the park as an opera singer. It was more like she had like a passion for doing it. And when you see like, the kinds of like costumes she used to wear and stuff, it's like, oh, okay. I think what she really wanted to do is like find a place in the world where her particular talents were appreciated. And her talents had to do with like being flamboyant and like putting on a show. But
Yeah.
and for her in that time and the place she was in, opera seemed like, though that's, what opera singers do. But the way that it really manifested in like a meaningful and lasting way was in the garden.
This is in the garden.
So we did like work that into the text, and I have a really great working relationship with Amy where like, she'll send me a draft and I'm like, well, what if we try to get like more of this concept into like the wording so that it's really like, oh, this is like where the show really is. Like
Yeah.
the show is the garden. Like she finally figured it out. You know, she spent her whole life searching and traveling the world and like trying to like find her place in the sun. And like this is really it.
And now is Amy like because you worked on books together, do you feel like you have the I want to say like inside track in a way, like you vibe and you get it together?
I think we really like a lot of the same things. So it's not hard. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think I approached her with the Ganawalska idea after going to the garden. And I think yeah, she just was like, you know, as they say, she was picking up what I was putting down. I was like, you see why this is interesting, right? And she was like, oh, yeah.
The have you like partnership wise, do you is that common in the sense of like back and forth? Like I've worked with an author on multiple books already, but it's always them writing, it's always them coming up with the idea, and then I illustrate. And there's less of me going like, I really want to illustrate something like this. What do you think? But is that a sort of common practice between you two?
It's actually kind of like a recent development, to be honest with you. Like, it's not something that because the first several books that I had ever worked on, or the first many books that I ever worked on, it was like, you know, the publisher would approach my like agent, and then the agent would forward it to me and be like, what do you think about this? And then we would like, yes or no. And like, that was kind of just what the process was like. And I didn't start to consider until a lot deeper into my career that it's like, well, actually, if you want to get something going, you could do that.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to just like kind of sit on your hands and like wait for somebody to come to you with a good idea.
Yeah.
Like if you want to, you can have an idea.
Now, how much writing have you done? Like, or let me ask this: in a case like this is a project that you're working with an author, but because you had the interest level, and obviously Amy's wonderful, but why not tackle it yourself out of curiosity?
Um, because the level of like research is where I really get like stuck.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm like, I'm gonna like I'm gonna like get overwhelmed and then I'm gonna like kind of like I'm gonna drop it because honestly, like I have two 4-year-old children. There's not like room in my life for me to sit down and like
Yeah.
read her like autobiography and
Well.
biography and like
Yeah.
do all of the research that's like necessary.
Yeah.
Also, it does like it feels better to me to collaborate with someone.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless the idea is like really like I do have books that I have written and I have you know, I just not very long ago sold a book that I wrote where it was like, oh yeah, the words just kind of like came together very like seamlessly and like arrived. And I was like, all right, that's it. Like, I don't really need anybody else to help me like figure out what this is. I know what it is.
Yeah. No, it's. I mean, even admittedly, just having two 4-year-olds right there is enough to like you go, oh, okay, yeah. It's a capacity. It's a time. It's all sorts of
Yeah.
factors. I personally, would I ever want to tackle something that's a biography of someone as an illustrator? Yes. As an author, no. I think it'd be too taxing, and I wouldn't know what to put in and what to leave out. And
Well, that's exactly what like
yeah,
Amy and her research partner Jacqueline are really good at is just what what is the important information. They're really good at figuring out like this is important and this is a moment and we need to include this in there because it's relevant.
that's yeah. That is not my cup of tea on a regular basis. Is that idea of like uh, the editing? Jen always tells me that things are too long in general. I write, and so I would have a hard time, especially with someone else's story or someone else's tale, leaving stuff out because I would just feel like, oh, well, that's going to be something that the reader is going to want at some point, and I didn't give it to them in some capacity. Um, with the books that you worked on, is there in a how do I put this? Is there an approach that you take that is sort of different for each book, not necessarily in the media or the aesthetic, but in the like how you actually tackle the subject in some sense? Like obviously, like UNI the Unicorn, there's um, references to certain aesthetics and things that come into play, and so there had to be some, I'm assuming, some historical referencing, research and things of that sort. Um, but I'm imagining that's very different than tackling something like the I Love Lucy book, which requires, there's a specific person there that you have to manage or to navigate.
Yeah, it is different. So in uni, I'm assuming that you're referring to like the references to the tapestries, the unicorn
Yeah.
tapestries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which are very much there. Like they're very present because when I spoke to Amy Krauss Rosenthal when I signed on to do the book, I did have a phone call with her where we just talked about like some ideas. And one of the ideas that she brought up was like, the unicorn tapestries and like the unicorn like fables and like she had really done her like research about unicorns and the symbolism of unicorns and like they've been around for like quite a while. This idea of like this magical animal and what its abilities are and what it symbolizes and how it's often like, often imagery is like of a unicorn with like a young girl, like because this is like it's like peace and innocence and like um and magic all like existing together. And I was like, that's interesting thematically and it's interesting like visually. So I looked at a bunch of the like um, tapestries too, and then I did borrow like um, that idea, the visual idea of all the little like plants that are sort of like clustered together tightly on like the ornate little like groupings of like posies and stuff across the grass, or how it would just be sort of like a grassy knoll with like characters on it, or even just like the opening page of Uni where Uni is sitting in this like circular patch of flowers that is referring right back to like the unicorn tapestries where there's images of the unicorn sitting in like a little fenced area.
Yep. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Another one. Classic, classic illustration history right there. I can't think of uh, who the author or who the artist is on that, but that comes up in like illustration history, specifically in that sort of fantasy realm of like, you got to see this tapestry of that one. Um, is there well, let me ask you this question. This is going to be a weird question because it's going back to the unicorn. Are you a unicorn fan, or were you a unicorn fan before the book came out?
Well, here's the funny thing about having worked on that book and it being like popular is that so many times people will tell me like, "Oh, I saw this unicorn book and it looked like Uni the Unicorn," and that person is ripping you off. And then I have to tell them like, "Listen, I didn't invent unicorns.
Yep. Yep.
My version of a unicorn is also just a riff on unicorns."
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
So I appreciate that you're giving me a lot of credit, but you do not need to do that.
It's one of those things where like my wife, when she was growing up, she had horses, and so like I imagine like unicorns, it's not a big leap to think someone like goes from being a horse girl to a unicorn girl.
Yeah, I
Or
was never a horse girl. Like I've ridden horses and stuff. I have like, and then I live in Burbank, which we have actually like quite an equestrian community in Burbank. And when I go for hikes in Griffith Park, I see like so many horses. Um, People out riding their horses through the park, but like I myself, never a horse girl. I just like I, I have like a, and anyone who loves and knows about horses can correct me absolutely. But every time I've ridden a horse, I've just been like, does this horse want me to be on their back?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is this like a consensual situation with this horse?
You like you like the horse, but you don't know if it goes the other way around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is like a beautiful, majestic animal. Should this animal be like just have me, some dum dum, sitting on top of it? Like,
This is a that idea of the not knowing or not understanding the role that we play in those lives of others.
I,
It
I
extends beyond horses, but uh, that idea of not knowing if the horse wants that. I've ridden horses a few times in my life, and I've had that same question. And also, admittedly, at the end, I get very sore. I remember being like horribly sore after riding horses when I was younger, and like it's not my cup of tea. But I understand the majestic side of it. I,
yeah, like I think that they're like beautiful, and I'm like, whenever I see them, I'm like, oh, like horses, they're like so cool. But also, I don't feel like I want to like jump on top of a horse and like
yeah,
ride it around. You know, and that maybe just because like the animals that I do have relationships with or have had relations, it's like a dog and a cat, and it's like, you know, if my
yeah.
dog was huge and I could jump on its back, I guess I would do that. But even then, I'm not sure.
Now there's the classic problem of illustrators of drawing a horse. Are you at a point now where that doesn't scare you?
I mean, I have like a shorthand for it,
Okay.
so yeah, I could kind of like knock a horse out. In one of the in the second uni book, I had to draw like something like the editor counted, and it was like, I don't know, so many horses. Just like, I mean, a unicorn is a horse, so like
Yeah.
it's a horse with a little like horn on its head.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I had to draw so many of them. Um, I want to say like 80 something, 180 something. I don't know. It was like, because the whole book was like, oh, all the unicorns are like there and they're doing this. And like, it was a lot of unicorns. But yeah, I developed kind of like a shorthand, which works for me.
Do you like we're as kidlit illustrators, there are times rather that you have to go do events and things of the sort. And obviously you go to those events and you draw probably a lot of the characters that the students or the people at the store want or whatever it may be. But um, are you at a point where like you want to draw other things, or is it requested that you get um, that specific sort of vibe? Like I had on Raul last week, and he has that Vamos world that he's built up, and so when I've seen him live and performing for folks, it's always drawing something that's akin to that world, just because that's the book series that he has become known for. And I'm wondering, do you have that same thing where there's always this like, you got to draw Uni for us, you got to draw the unicorn every single time?
Um, I usually like I'll draw some flowers because that's easy for me. And because like I have like a shorthand for it, so I can
Yeah.
do it like on demand.
Yeah. And at a weird angle because the board or whatever surface you're drawing on
Oh yeah.
is at an odd angle. And um, like I've drawn the same character, I think, at every event because it's the same thing. Like the shorthand, that's a good word for it. The idea of just I know the system, and there is a
Yeah.
clear system to it to be able to play with. Do you do a lot of, or is it
A lot of what events?
events? Yeah.
I haven't been doing a lot lately. And by lately, I mean like since COVID.
Okay.
In part because all the publishers, like previous to COVID, I feel like they would plan a lot of events for you.
Yeah.
And in a post-COVID world, they just are not interested in doing that.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. I need to get a glass of water. So
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounded like you were
yeah.
fighting. So go for it. I'm going to keep an eye as well. What's going on? I'm gonna drop that and then come back. There we go. I'm trying to watch for questions that people may have as we go through. So if there's questions, throw them in the comments. And I will try to ask away. But we're gonna let Bridget clear that throat. If anybody's wondering, I'm starting over my background. I didn't like the texture that was showing up. So I'm doing it over.
Sorry, everyone in Southern California right now has just terrible allergies because we had a bunch of rain, and then everything, and then all the sun came out full force, so like everything is blooming, and it's very beautiful, and there's a lot of butterflies, and there's a lot of pollen. So we're all just like choking on the atmosphere together.
I was gonna guess that it was the other direction because up here in New England, the flu is going around like crazy because it's cold and so I assumed it was the flu or like a cold.
No. Everybody get a flu shot though.
Yes. Oh, I just got hit with something that a couple weeks ago that was awful, and I assume it may have been the flu, honestly, with how bad it is. But I never got tested for the flu. But I also got the flu shot, so I don't know what hit me. But so tell me a little bit about sort of the start of like the first book that you got and the I want to say like the reaction or the world that opened up. Like was it exciting? Was it challenging? Was it what were the thoughts that went through your head when you got that first offer?
Well, the first thing was that I was like, oh my gosh, it worked. I put my work out there and like kept updating my blog, and finally like something came out of it.
Yeah.
You know, like my plan, which wasn't really that much of a plan, has actually like it has somehow worked out in my favor, which is also a very like I feel like probably sort of like an annoying pattern of mine too, is that like things just kind of like work out for me in a way that doesn't make any sense. Which maybe that goes back to like just being like really confident for no reason. It's being like, oh yeah, I'll just stop. I'll just quit this job. It'll be fine.
Yeah. See, I don't know how you do that, but it's like I said, more power to you. But
well, it has also less to do with like, you know, feeling like arrogant, like, oh, I'm gonna leave here and everything's gonna be great, and more to do with like, I just have like an inner voice, and the inner voice is just not wrong about anything. It's just always right. And when I was at Disney, the voice kept going, you know what's gonna happen if you try to stay here, and you know that you're not gonna be happy. And you know that, like, you gotta get out. Like, it's just not gonna be good. I know it looks like from the outside, it seems like the logical thing to do is like to stay because there is nothing else to do. But like, you cannot. You just can't do it.
Was there surprise from anybody that you worked with, or did they all kind of go, "Yeah, this makes sense that you're sort of"?
I mean, I don't know. This is another thing about like youth, which is that like it's a thing about youth and it's also a thing about me. which is that I always assume nobody's paying any attention to what I'm doing, you know? So
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I'm going to leave and nobody's really going to care, you know? Because, like, I'm not the, like, main character in this scenario. I think that a lot of, like, I had, like, mentors. I think my mentors were really surprised because it's just, like, to them, and I know this because they kept saying it to me, like, I was in this magical golden opportunity and, like, so many other people wanted to be where I was, that it was like to quit doing that was like I was throwing the opportunity back into their faces somehow.
But you had to do what was right for you versus what was right for them or what was right for anybody else.
Yeah, and I remember also my dad was pretty unhappy with this because it was right in 2008
Oh,
recession time.
yeah.
And I
That's,
remember him telling me like there this is like not like a time for you to be doing this.
yeah. That is that is a tricky time. I will admit that. That's a as a parent myself, going through, or as a person that went through that time too, like that is a tricky time to navigate, and without knowing or without having an understanding of like the struggles you were having with the situation, it's probably easy to jump at sort of like, oh man, why would you do this?
Yeah, well,
But
again, it's like you don't know what you don't know, but
yep,
it's almost like it's beginner's luck because it's like because you don't know about it, you're not worried about it. And somehow the not being worried about it is like becomes like your magical armor against it like affecting you somehow.
you need well, no, you don't need. I was gonna say you need a little bit of the paranoia that I have, where like I question everything and never quite settle because I'm always worried about those. I need a little of what you have is actually what I need to settle down in those things. Like I just or I think about things way too much before I jump on them. Even the writing side. My wife the other night was saying like you have so many things you started and you haven't finished, and it's because you know I don't uh, I just don't see stuff through. I kind of like worry about it too much and then question it, and then all of a sudden it's dead in my eyes. So, um, do you, with your background in the animation side of things, did you end up, um, like, do you feel like your skill set transferred over relatively easily
Oh yeah,
from,
it did. Yes. In
and
my class at Cal Arts, I talk about exactly that thing where I'm like, oh, I didn't realize when I was going to school for animation training that I was also getting illustration training because they live very close together in like the skill set and just in like the like what it is.
I mean,
It's like amazingly close.
I've always said that essentially Kidlit is like doing keyframes or blocking essentially for an animated film in some capacity, that it's adjacent to it, that you're sort of telling the highlights but not doing tweens on a regular basis, and so it's
Yeah.
you
Or I
know
talk about in my class, I'm like, hey, let's look at some visual development artwork and talk about like what is the difference between this and like the artwork that's in a picture book?
yeah.
What is the difference? Really, in a lot of cases, the difference is the intent, and that's about it.
Do you teach any children's book courses of any sort?
Yeah, my class is called Illustration for Animators. So we
Oh, okay.
I give them a text to work with. I
Yep.
used to have them write their own text, but that's really hard. So I decided to make it easier on myself.
Yeah.
And I just give them a text to interpret, which is also like, I mean, that's a skill in itself.
Yeah.
Um, so we've done, and then they have to thumbnail out the whole thing, and then they just pick one final illustration on the interior to do all the way to finish, and then they do a cover. And I'm like, okay, someday somebody's gonna ask you if you have a book idea, and this is like you can turn basically this in and be like, here's the proof of concept of my book.
Yeah. It's I do the same thing for I used to, like, I teach a children's book course. I'm teaching it right now, and at first it was like, okay, well, what stories do you want to illustrate and whatnot, and then eventually it became, okay, here's the limitation, because
Yeah.
it has to be something that's pre-existing. You're going to reinterpret, or it has to be something that's been written already and approved of by another faculty member in the writing program. So
Ooh.
I have to teach you everything that goes along with it. Uh, do you do the illustration for animators? Do you find there's any sort of wait, I said it the right way. Illustration for animators, not animation for illustration. Do you find that they struggle in any specific way that, like, you know,
Yes,
let's say
they
you
struggle with like accepting that there's a gutter in the book.
okay, just because
It's
they're
really, really hard for them to get used to the fact that there's just going to be a big crack down the center of it, because they're used to working with a screen.
yeah,
And on a screen, it's like you have all of this real estate. You can put something right in the center and it doesn't matter.
yep,
But in a book, I was like, guys, you can't put something on the gutter. And it doesn't matter how many times I tell them that you can't put something on the gutter, they will.
that's very, very true. I think across the board. I mean, that was one of the first lessons I learned when I got into Kid Lit. Was I just didn't know, not necessarily, I knew there was a gutter, but I didn't know that the
That it
alignment
had anything to
thing.
do with you, that it was any of your business.
Wait, what?
You didn't know that that gutter was any of your business, like that you were going to
Yeah,
have to work around it in any way.
I think my problem was I didn't realize that even if you had separate images on each page, just little weird horizon lines and things that line up in that gutter can make a difference. So I was, obviously I wasn't going to put a face in the middle,
Yeah.
but it was the equivalent of, I think I had like two horizon lines that lined up relatively close, the right page and the left page, and separate images, but because they kind of crossed this same little barrier, the art director wrote back and said, like, yeah, we got to move this stuff. You can't have it line up like this. And now I know, but it's and now it's like, without question, I avoid the gutter of any sort. But I still have students that will go and do like a big wide spread of a face and the nose right down the center of the gutter.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you can't do that. You have to like have some asymmetry
Yeah.
and capacity for that to work out. But that's just experience. That's just them not knowing exactly how it all plays out, and it takes time for them to understand it. So
Yeah.
so I hear you have a cat.
Yeah, that's Stanley.
Stanley trying to invade your space.
Yeah, he wants to go outside, but we're not going outside right now, Stanley.
um I, I mean, you mentioned that idea of having 2 4-year-olds. So on top of that, you have a cat that also gets into your space and tries to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm never lonely. I actually have two cats, and they are always in my space, and I've snuck them into a lot of my books.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I snuck my dog is no longer on this earthly plane with us, but she's also in quite a few of my books.
That's I've hidden like birthdays and initials and things like that in books, but not any like specific critters. But I should actually put a critter in one of them. Although I feel like, I don't know about you, I can nail a dog that looks like a specific dog. Cat, I feel like I'm not good at nailing the specificity, or they're not like distinct enough in my mind for that specificity that's needed. And do they know that they're in them?
I think they know. I think they don't care.
Yeah. Okay. They haven't let fame get to their head yet. I mean,
Well, they're fiercely private.
oh, okay, yeah. They have their own PR team that cleans up it gets in the way. So tell me a little bit about. I've been teaching for a long time as well. I want to hear a little bit about sort of the teaching and what the experience is like and sort of how it impacts you as an artist in your own practice nowadays.
Well, I think the most interesting thing about teaching, and this is for any of you that are perhaps considering maybe making teaching part of like your art practice, is that you may think you don't know a lot about something, and then when you start teaching it, you realize that you do.
Yeah.
So for me, whenever I like am teaching, especially like my picture book class, and that's the only one that I'm like currently um, teaching. I in the past I've taught like a lot of other classes in the character animation department. Um, but it's the one that I like teaching the most because it's just like I'm very comfortable teaching it. It's a lot of fun. And I also feel like for a lot of the students, and they also tell me this, like it's a nice break from just being very focused in on animation only all the time. Like that to actually like sort of branch out and do something that's not just animation
Yeah.
or like it is really pleasant. And also we look at a lot of books in the class. Like a lot of the class is like just like in an animation course, you would watch a lot of animated content. In the illustration class, I bring in so many books, like that big bookshelf that I showed you at the beginning of this. Like I every week when I go to class, I'm like piling a bunch of those books into a bag and like putting it in the car and bringing it to class with me and being like, here guys, this is like The Runaway Bunny, a book that you I guess have never seen before.
That's I'm in the same boat. I teach on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and every Tuesday is sharing day where they all have to bring in a book, and they either have to share it or they have to read it with the class. And so they have to learn how to like read to other people and whatnot. And it's generally written up at the semester as being their favorite part of the course. It's
Yeah.
like going out and finding books that potentially they, grew up with or, have some relationship with, and being able to share that with their classmates in some capacity always
Yeah.
a good reaction out of.
I always talk to my students also about like the book as an object because in addition to being like it is the story and it is the illustrations and it is the experience of reading it out loud, but it is also an object.
Yeah.
So like it is like I have a lot of books from when I was a kid that I just kept because I just like them a lot.
Yep. Yep.
And like to me it was not like an expendable thing, but it was like well, this is something that when I look at it, what I feel is I feel the feeling of like laying in my bed and my dad is reading this to me.
So what is the like when you think childhood picture book for you? Was there a particular that was the like go to? The
We had a few go-tos. We had, like I mentioned, The Runaway Bunny was one of them. There's a
Yeah.
Nightmare in My Closet was one of them. Where the Wild Things Are was one that we read that so many times. Um, what else? I mean, those are the ones that like stand out. Oh, Hop on Pop. Like we read a lot of like Dr. Seuss
Yeah.
ones,
Yep.
which now reading Hop on Pop as an adult, that book is unhinged. It is almost unreadable, I would say. Like as a read aloud book, I was like, this is torturous. Like, why did my dad possibly even put up with this?
Yeah. There's a lot that like my my favorite book from childhood was a book that would never get published now, um, called The Five Chinese Brothers. And I don't know if you know, it's an old tale from
Yeah, I feel like I have seen this. Like when you say it, I'm getting like a like 1950s like book cover in my brain.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's very un-PC, even though it's a traditional tale from China.
Yeah.
It's like the would not get published in any shape or form at this point. But it's one of those ones where like I hesitate to share that one with my students. Say like, oh, this was my favorite book when I was growing up as a little kid, um, because of that sort of like it's from a different era.
Yeah.
And we were talking the other day in class about Shel Silverstein, and about how if you look at that photo of him on the back of
He looks like a scary man.
yeah, he's threatening, like, and if you're not prepared for it, that can be a little challenging. Um, and so, like, or a student brought in, which I was actually surprised by. They brought this in, but scary stories to tell in the dark,
Oh yeah.
and
Yeah.
like that book is listed as like 8 to 12 year olds, and I know that I read it when I was like 5 or 6, like because my brother was older, and so it was around the house. But just that idea of like that's a pretty intense book directed at a relative audience.
I
Uh,
mean, the illustrations alone, those weird, like pencil, feathery, like iffy little drawings, like they're very creepy.
they are super.
They're not for children. Although I've seen like they have tried to repackage it with new illustrations, and I was like, these illustrations are not it. Like, this is just simply not it.
Yeah, no, there's they have multiple books which I didn't even know about. The student brought in the third book in the series, and I didn't even know they had 3 books.
Yeah.
But it's just like I think, and I don't know if this is just a manifestation of the fact that I had an older brother, so I got access to things that I probably shouldn't have when I was young, or if it was just purely we just had a different level of books at the time. But there were a lot of books that were like a little out there, or a little what do I want to say, like dangerous for little
Yeah.
kids to read, for scary times. Right before bed, read some of those stories are a little messed up. Um,
Yeah, but I like a book that I always like go back to is the Uses of Enchantment. And have you read that before?
oh, I don't know that one.
It's basically it's like a psychological breakdown of like fairy tales and like why fairy tales work and why they're like what it is about like the symbolism in them that like makes them have this kind of longevity. Like we keep going back to like, Little Red Riding Hood over and over again. And
Yeah.
like why? Like what is that, like what did the things in this story represent that's like so compelling for us? Um and then breaks it down and it's sometimes it's like very Freudian in a way where you're like, all right, well, maybe. But a lot of it is about just like, yeah, like when you're a little kid, you're in a big world that doesn't make sense to you and things are scary. And like to be scared of things that you don't quite understand or don't make sense to you is not like it's just not a feeling that's like out of the ordinary for you as a child.
Yeah.
So to like read a book that's about like spooky, scary stuff, like that's like really fits right in with what your experiences that you're having
Yeah.
about everything.
Do your little ones? I mean, at 4, they're at an age where I'm assuming you're still reading books to them in bed
Yeah.
and things of the sort. But do they have a favorite book, and are they reading scary stories? Are they reading, like, what's their capacity for strange, odd, interesting tales?
Their capacity for it is like very, very high. So and I'm always a little bit like surprised by how high it is. Like on Thanksgiving, I was like, hey, let's watch was it, no, it was New Year's. On New Year's I was like, let's watch The Never Ending Story, see what you
Oh,
guys think about that.
yeah,
4-year-olds.
yeah,
So we watched it, and I was like, so my experience of watching this movie was mostly like having seen it on TV as a kid, and like it was always on TV, and it was always like you were seeing it in little pieces. So you usually were not seeing it from the beginning. So you had to do a lot of kind of like, piecing together like what perhaps had happened in the first 20 minutes of this movie.
yeah.
You just sort of had to like get the context clues and just like ride with it. Um, but I showed it to them and I was like, are they going to be super terrified of Gmork, the like wolf guy, the animatronic wolf guy, who's like, to me, was like the scariest thing I'd ever seen in my life.
But I thought that the wolf guy was just like eyes in a cave.
He's like a whole, like, that's mostly what you see of him, but like the eyes, the teeth, the
Uh,
like weird like special effects saliva that's all over the place.
I gotta
Um,
go back and watch it because I don't remember that much of that character.
I remember him just being like so scary. And I watched it with them, and like they were just like they were so into it, and it was like they really understood most of what was happening. They'd be like, "Why is he in that bookstore?" And I was like, "What is he doing?" Like that guy told him to go, and I was like, "No, see, the guy's tricking him because now he's gonna want to come back and like take the book." And they can't read, so like some of the stuff like the part in the beginning where like Bastian leaves a note that's like, "I'll bring your book back," and they were like, "What does that say?" I was like, "It just says he's gonna bring the book back."
See,
Um,
I
but they were into it, and they were like there for like they were very present and very much like there for like the ride of like, oh, we're in like a magical place, and like, um, you know, look at the like. They did get scared when they he goes to see like the oracle, and then the oracle starts falling apart.
yeah.
They were like they freaked out about that because they were like, why is that happening? And I was like, because the world is like disintegrating. This is the whole problem. And I had forgotten that like the spirit of this film, although it is a film, is that it's really about like books.
Yeah.
It's about like getting like reading a book and getting so lost in the book that you like become the book like becomes a part of you. And I was like, well, this is just like a really beautiful message. And they're not quite old enough for me to start reading them like chapter books out loud yet, but it made me really look forward to that time
Now,
when they are ready for that.
what about though the um was it Atreyu,
Yeah.
the horse?
Yeah, Artax in the swamp.
That's it. Yeah. They watched that. Were they okay with that? Because I'm still not okay with that.
Most people are not. So the thing about that is that I remember that scene as a kid being about 20 minutes long,
Yeah.
and it is about 2 minutes long.
Okay.
Very short.
Okay.
But it is like, and when it was happening, they were like, "What's going on?" And I was like, "Well, you see, what happened is the horse let the sadness overtake him, and now he's just sinking.
Oh, that's such
And like, there's
a
nothing that Atreyu can do. He's just like, he wants to save him, but he can't." But I was like, and then I had to like, because they're four, I was like, but don't worry, because this movie has a happy ending. And if you recall at the end, it's like everything comes back and goes back to where it's supposed to be, and you see Artax galloping through the fields again.
yeah.
But you know,
Yeah.
but that only feels satisfying because you see him meet this like incredibly sad demise.
Oh, like I think that's one of the reasons why I haven't shown that to my son is just because I remember that scene being so sad. Um, but he's old enough; he should be able to handle it. Uh, I mean, he's 12; he should be able to handle that movie altogether. But that is one of those scenes where it's just like I think it's more probably me going, "I'm going to be traumatized again by that scene than he will be." Um, was there a movie or a like media content that was your go-to, your like fallback that you would watch over and over again when you were a kid?
um, well, we watched in our house. The technology of being able to like tape something off the TV
Mm-hmm.
was like very novel when I was like a kid. So we would go to the grocery store, buy a blank tape, VHS tape,
Yeah.
bring it home. Oh, that movie's starting, hit record. So we had a lot of things that were like filmed off of TV.
Okay.
Sometimes they had commercials in them.
Yep.
Um,
It's the same like people making you a mixtape and they had to listen to the radio and try to like avoid the commercials so they could get that one song that's on the radio on that mix.
yeah, it was exactly like that. And we movies that we had that were taped off of TV were like We had Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. So we watched that, I don't know, thousands of
Yeah.
times.
Yep.
We had The Princess Bride. I have watched The Princess Bride so many times. Um, we had Beetlejuice for some reason. I've seen that's one that I've seen like so many times that it's like just like in my brain forever.
Yeah.
Um, we had The Wizard of Oz, like, but I think we actually bought that on VHS, and it seemed like a really special treat to have like an actual box to put it in.
Yeah. No commercials.
Yeah,
You didn't
no
rewind.
weird, not missing the first 10 minutes.
Yeah. I was just thinking, and I don't know if this is of your era, but do you remember the movie Flight of the Navigator?
Yeah, because that was on TV. It was on the Disney Channel all the
Yeah.
time.
That was one of those ones from my childhood that like at some point I want to watch again. I'm sure it's probably not as good as I remember.
I
Um,
haven't seen it since I was a kid either, and I think about that one sometimes. And I know it's Paul Rubens is the voice of the
yep. Little alien dude or whatever.
yeah, little like the voice of like the spaceship, I guess. I don't
Oh,
really remember.
I thought he was like.
Is he a little creature or is he, I just remember it being like a voice.
I think he's a little creature. Could be wrong. I don't know. It's a bit. I don't think I've watched that since I was like maybe 15. But at some point I need to go back and watch that one because I used to love that movie, and it had movies in it and uh, all sorts of fun stuff. But I'm sure like visually it's probably not as exciting now.
There's
Oh
that, isn't there that whole part in it where he goes back to his house? Like
yes,
he time travels and he goes to his house, but his parents aren't there? Ooh, now
yeah.
that, like, talk about a scary moment for a kid. I found that terrifying.
My wife just yelled down that it was that Paul Rubens was the voice of the ship. You were right.
Okay.
You got it right. Uh, the that idea of like the VHS and recording off of TV and the repetitious, like you just didn't have a ton of movies to watch.
Yeah.
And then now, are you at the point? Because like I'm at this point where there are things that I want to share with my son that are of my childhood, and obviously some of them are good and some of them are bad. Like there's a favorite book that I read when I was little, or when I was younger, I should put it that way. That I think is a little bit too old for him yet. But movies and shows and things of the sort. Are you at a point where you're starting to share some of that with your kids in general? Like, okay, you got
Definitely. Yeah.
to see this one. Here's this. It's like your AFI list, or American Film AFI list, but for family instead. Um,
Yes, there are things like that. And like um Never Ending Story was one of them. So I've
yeah,
already started. Like it's already begun. We actually I did watch The Dark Crystal with them because that was one of my favorites. Although as an adult I was like this is like almost intolerably slow, the pacing of this
yeah,
film.
yeah,
Like it is, but I think what I liked about it as a kid and what I still liked about it was I was like, but what a beautiful world this is. What like beautiful world building. What like I don't really like even almost kind of like don't care about what the story is. I just am having like a nice time being here.
yeah. It's there. There are so many things like this. I bet you this is just getting older. I feel like there were so many things from my childhood that I feel like are so much better than what is available today.
You know what? I had this conversation with my partner and he was like, "Yeah, when I was a kid, we had like GI Joe and like that
Yeah,
was like great." And I was like, "Dude,
yeah.
you go on YouTube and you find that GI Joe cartoon that you remembered as
Oh,
being so good and so amazing. I
yeah,
want you to watch 50 seconds of it and see what you think."
yeah. We watched. There was a show back, Ask, that I used to love. That was Mobile Airstrike Command, and it was sort of a GI Joe Transformer spin-off, rip-off kind of thing that my brother and I loved. And I watched it with my wife, and yeah, it's bad. I mean,
Yeah, of course it is.
it is of the era of the like before sort of anime took over the mainstream here, but it's of that era where it was like,
A lot of robots and stuff.
well, they just move ever. You know what I mean? Like it was just a still shot with a mouse moving, with
Yeah.
thinking on top of a still shot, and that was basically it. And so it was not what it lived up to be, but the toys were cool. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's I think it
Yeah, it's like the Hallmark era where it's like let's come up with an IP and it's to sell things, and who cares if it moves well.
yeah, it's just it's a product,
It's yeah, it's the product placement essentially.
and I fell hook, line, and sinker for it. Uh,
Yeah, well, that's why they kept doing it because it worked.
yeah. Um, were you a big toy fanatic back in the day?
Yeah, we had a lot of, you know what I had a lot of was My Little Ponies.
Mm,
And that wasn't really from watching the cartoon. It was more because like I just kind of liked how indestructible they were.
okay.
Because a My Little Pony toy is really like, and I know it doesn't, I find that like loving a My Little Pony is not really the same as like being like a horse person,
Yeah.
because that toy really has like almost nothing to do with with an actual horse. Because
You mean
it's just
you don't have marks? You
it,
say
yeah, it's really just like like a work of fantasy, like you know. And they were unicorn ones, and they were um like Pegasus ones, and they were just like it was basically like a dog toy with like hair, a little bit of hair, and like I took these ponies in the bathtub. I took them outside. I buried them in the ground. I put them in a tree. I like lost them in the bushes and then brought them back inside and then put them in the dollhouse. And then like these guys went on like every possible adventure that a toy could go on,
the
you know?
I remember, and I did not have any, but I remember seeing them at certain points. I remember them being a really thick plastic,
Yes, they're very thick.
which I think probably plays into that like indestructible
Yeah.
factor for them. They just like they could, yeah. It's like a really, what are those Kong chew toys for dogs?
Yeah, it is. And it's exactly that. And now my girls have some, and I'm like, yeah, this is a great toy for you because you really can't hurt it.
Yeah,
Like
that's
even a Barbie has like movable parts, and like sometimes her arm falls off.
yeah. That's I've had GI Joes fall apart completely because I played with them too much, and the rubber band that held them together came loose, and there they went.
Yep.
Um, So, thinking about childhood, thinking about sort of these things that are, important to our youth and bring back nostalgia, etc. When you're working on books in particular, are there things that you sort of aim for that are akin to that, in the sense of like, um, obviously, like we talked about the aesthetic factor, but there are other things that can come into play with how you build a book that maybe is intended to sort of have longevity, or last with a kid, wherein maybe 10 years down the line they're going, oh yes, I remember that book. I remember, like, that was my favorite book growing up. is
Yeah.
is there some factor in the way that you actually operate, designing your books, characters, anything of the sort, that takes that into account?
Well, I like to, whenever I'm like doing a book, like I feel like the aesthetic that I'm going for is not necessarily like I want to make it look old, like vintage, but it's more like I want it to feel timeless.
Yeah.
Like I want it to feel sort of like removed from one particular era or place. Like I want it to seem like Uni's probably the best example of that, because with that one I was really like, yeah, to me a golden book is like it is from like the 50s or the 60s, and you think Provinsons and you think like, Gustav Chengren, but also we've accepted that those books are now just like part of our like visual lexicon of like what is classic
Part of our
and
series,
what is timeless.
the I don't know if you have the same thing, but the cereal aisle in our grocery store has them all over the place. I don't know why, so I associate them with cereal.
That's funny.
Um, is when you say timeless, I want to dive a little bit deeper into that in the sense of um, what does timeless mean in the sense of like, is it a palette? Is it a shape language? What gets you to that sort of effect?
Well, I guess a little bit of it is that like, is it like, how much do you like ignore what's popular or what's like trending in the moment and lean instead on things that are like, that are not going to be like attached to a certain time
Yeah,
necessarily. So
and
that it has like as much appeal as it possibly can.
yeah, I mean, I was talking. I one of the classes I teach is a business practice class, and we were talking about aesthetic and style and things of that sort. And I was telling the students, the idea that if you get too close to what's the likelihood that you're just going to feel dated
Yeah.
in a year or two is high, just because stuff moves so quickly that it's hard to sort of keep up and to flow with what's out there. Um, when when obviously style is part of it, but I'm wondering, was there looking back to the work that you made when you were in school, was there a evolution of aesthetic? Like, is if I were to go back and look at that stuff, would I go clearly Bridget's work, or would I look at it and go, huh, you know?
You would probably look at it and say, huh. Like I got what I felt like was a compliment from one of my classmates once, which is that like it's not really like a style, it's like your characters always look like they're thinking.
Okay, yeah, that's probably better than it's a voice thing than a style.
Yeah, it's kind of yeah, it's more like voice than it is aesthetic. I think I definitely have like color palettes that um feel like very me to me that I keep going back to. And I have, since I made my website, I've been working with like a graphic designer, and we, a lot of our work together is just like looking at color palettes and being like, is this what should be on the website? Because this seems to be what the work is doing now.
Yeah, it's evolved and become something else.
Yeah, like we had to recently, we were just this week, I was like, I think we need to add like blue because I've been working with this blue color a lot. And I feel like it's gonna like, it's gonna happen more. Like there's gonna be more blue in the future.
Well, what I was going to ask you before you even just mentioned the blue thing, like, what is the color du jour for you? Is it a specific blue, or is it just blue in general that you're?
It's like an ultramarine blue.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
Like the cover of Who? It's this really like ultramarine blue color that I
Yeah.
just really like it a lot. And it's a color
So
that I wouldn't have foreseen myself using a lot of
yeah,
not
I,
too long ago.
I go through phases with color, and like it's the same thing where it's not a color. I go through phases where the color becomes a color that I wouldn't naturally gravitate towards. Like I've been in a purple yellow phase for a long time, and I used to hate purple. Purple was not a color that was a good color, or say
Yeah,
spectrum colors I thought were a waste of time. Let's put it that way. And now it's so easy to just like, I love those colors. I think they're interesting, and they show up in my work whether I want them to or not at this
yeah.
point.
That's
Um,
funny. You're the like the only people that I've ever heard be like, "Ew, purple," but it's always men somehow.
yeah,
What is it about purple?
I the issue for me, I think, is actually because purple can really kill. Like when you're working with paint, dioxazine or however you say it, purple can really overpower the image. And so it wasn't an issue with purple; it was the issue of I didn't know how to use purple.
Ah,
And so now that I
I
know,
get
like if there's certain colors that if you like a phthalo green, if you put that in your
it.
that thing's going to show up in every, like, it's hard to cover up. Let's put it that way. Or
Yeah.
it's, overpowers the other colors that you're mixing it with. And so the same thing with purple is I was always hesitant because I didn't know about different types of purples. Like I always just assumed there was that one purple that I could play with and that was it. And now I love pinks and purples and greens and oranges, yellows, and I was very much a blue, like an ice blue person for
Mm-hmm.
years, which is a lovely color, but I've been sort of shying away from that on a regular basis. Is there when you're making a palette, do you have a method or an order in which you make? In the sense of like design wise, are there details and things of the sort that you sort of use on a regular basis to get the palette that you want?
I just I play a lot, and then I love a thing that like Photoshop is so good at is that it just makes it so that you can try a lot of different like color ways out without like you're never gonna like run out of Photoshop like unlike with paint. And I also hear what you're saying about like mixing purples. Like purple is like I took a painting class at City College, and I'll never forget the painting instructor being like, listen, you just can't really like mix a good purple. You got to buy it.
Yep.
Like you have to just like go to the store and get that purple. If you want that bright saturated purple, you got to get it straight out of the tube. You're not
Yep.
gonna. It just has to do with like the how the pigments in the paint are like constructed and everything. It's just rough. Just go buy a tube. Don't worry about it.
The theory that I've told people, and this is, I don't know if this is 100% true, but from some of the studying that I did, is we have infrared on one side of the color wave spectrum, and on the other side we have ultraviolet, and it doesn't necessarily wrap around together into a lovely little circle like we do with color theory.
Yeah.
So that idea of mixing a purple is very hard to do because you can't just put red on one end and indigo or blue on the other. They meet in the middle.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know if that's 100% true, but that's what I tell my students. They don't need to know that it's not perfect. Yeah, no, it's what right now you said that sort of ultramarine blue, but was there a color beforehand that was your like
signature color. I don't know. I use a lot of pinks. A lot of pinks and reds and purples. So probably like over on like that side of the color wheel. But never like, I mean, I don't think that I've ever like only exclusively used like one color palette or another.
Yeah.
It's like, again, it just kind of depends on what what's the project? Like, what are we doing today?
That's the right way to do it. I feel
Yeah.
like I was in school, I just like I don't know, when you were in school, were you digital for the most part at that point, or were you doing your own sort of like traditional material work?
We were doing a little bit of both at that point, and I never really got like great at using materials like gouache. When I was out of school, I got a lot more experience using acrylics, like like acrylic paints to do paintings.
Yeah.
I kept trying to use gouache because of artists like Mary Blair, where it's like she's just able to really use it well. But we didn't really have like a painting, like a design class where we would really get into like techniques of using that kind of medium.
No.
CalArts is very much like not a school that teaches you a lot of technique.
What were you for animation at the time? Were you using like lunch boxes and stuff, or were you using
Yeah, we had pencil test machines upstairs in the cubes where the students were working, and like we had lunch boxes up there so that we could like test our animation, which we were animating on paper.
Yep. Okay.
With pencils. And then right after I think we were the last class. I graduated in 2007. I think we were the last class that was doing like, we didn't have like required um, CG classes yet.
Mm.
We were just doing 2D hand drawn everything.
Yeah, that's like I remember there was a kid that graduated from our animation program at RISD that was one of the first people using 3D program, like 3D Maya or whatever. I don't. It probably wasn't even Maya at the time. It was probably something else. Um, but I remember being floored by that. And now it's just like common practice. You got to know how to rig and you got to know how to light and do all that kind of stuff. Um, do you now you teach in the animation program specifically, right?
Yeah.
Um, is there a illustration program at?
There's not an illustration program. And it's been interesting. I've been like had some interest in trying to like expand my teaching outside of CalArts, but it seems like into an actual illustration school, partly because I'm just like, wouldn't it be interesting to teach illustration to people who are actually trying to do illustration? Like, what would that be like? And I don't know, because it seems like all art schools are just having a rough time right now.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of concern and issue uh,
Yeah.
amongst them, but it's just a matter of like that idea. I've always assumed that CalArts had an illustration program for so long, and partially because illustration and animation are so joined at the hip.
Yeah.
I would assume that they would just cross over easily, and you would end up with students that were sort of, or enough students there that they'd want to expand to that. But um, what other schools are in the area? I'm trying to think. Like, I mean, I know CalArts, but are there other
Yeah,
like?
there's Art Center is like they have an illustration program, and I believe Otis also has
Okay,
illustration, and
isn't
they
art,
also have an animation program.
isn't the art center in? Why am I thinking that's in San Fran?
No, that's Art Institute, and
Oh,
then College of Arts and Crafts, which I think is like
Dunzo.
I think it's done. Yeah, I think I all the folks at CalArts were like talking about it.
Hmm. That's yeah. That's the sad reality of the situation that we're in at this point. Is there's so many that have shut down, but you're still hanging on and fighting the good fight. Yeah,
Yeah.
CalArts, and CalArts is an amazing school. So, um, tell me a little bit about the film process, because that is one thing that I know. And like at the school I was at when I started teaching, I was teaching in the animation program, and I referenced a lot the idea of the every year you make a film, uh,
Hmm.
and what was that like? Was that taxing? Was that? I mean, obviously I know
Oh
it's,
yeah, it was really hard.
but I mean, like your freshman year, was it sort of like you got to do something really simple, and then as you got older, you had to be more complex, or what was the?
Yeah, well, they have like each year has a time restriction and then a technicality restriction, although they may have withdrawn there used to be you couldn't do a color film in your first year
Okay.
because they didn't want students to be basically like focused on the wrong thing. Like,
Yep.
please don't spend all your time coloring in your film. Please work on your story and your animation and actually like making like a film instead of just like coloring it in.
Yeah.
Um, but I think that because the students' ability to do those things with more ease, like, you don't have to like hand color cells anymore. You can use like TV paint to like
Yep.
color things. I think that the restriction has changed, but the time restriction is still there. So I think it's the same. I think it's like the first year you can do like a 90-second film. Um, and then the second year it goes up to like 2 minutes. And then like the third year it's like 3 minutes plus. And then fourth year it's like up to 7 minutes.
No, wait, up to, but there's not like a minimum.
There's not a minimum, but
Yeah.
there's a maximum.
Yeah. I mean, they won't let someone get away with a 15-second film, I imagine.
Oh, if you made a 15-second film that was like really funny and like entertaining in 15 seconds, that would absolutely be allowed.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mhm.
That's good. I mean, the hard part is making something that's that short that has any sort of
Well,
yeah,
exactly.
content that merits the effort. But
um, are you kidding? Like when I was teaching film workshop, I told the students like, listen, I'm judging the films. Please, if you have an idea for like a really short
yeah,
film, I would much rather watch a really short film that's really like fun and entertaining than watch a 3-minute dirge of like,
I
whatever it is. Like I just please like we want to be entertained. Make me something entertaining that's 30 seconds.
I
And
still
a lot of my favorite student films that I watched when I was still like doing student film judging were like their 1 week film assignments from their classes where it would just be like so short and silly and like because they didn't spend the most time on it, it had like a freshness to it,
mm,
you know? Like
yeah.
something that you spend so much time with, sometimes like you can really see like and feel the labor that went into it.
There was a student that I remember to this day that was in our animation program that came like when we didn't have a film every year, but their senior year they had to work on a big long project, and the student came in and said they were going to do um, a 22-minute episode of a show, and we didn't laugh in their face, but we sure did sort of discourage them. Like we had to explain to them, like, okay, here's what's actually feasible, and like you're okay with like a 30-second to a minute long film. Like if it's quality, that's what we want. We don't want sort of something that's crazy long content. And I think the student didn't even do a film; they did reproduction stuff for it instead. And
Yeah.
it was just there was no possible way to do that level of animation or the level that was expected of them in that kind of time frame. Do you still teach animation courses or anything of the sort, or is it?
No, when I after I had my babies, I was like, I think I can really handle only doing one. And
Gotcha.
I would like for it to be the one that I really want to do. Um, Actually, to be honest, I think it was after I was teaching several classes, and then in 2015, my dad passed away really suddenly, and I had to take,
Sorry.
I finished the year, but I did take like a year off because I was just feeling very overwhelmed by everything.
Yeah.
Um, and After that, I think I've consistently taught like one class at a time. Um, and then last year, I did try to teach professional preparation, but it was too much. And it was my kids' first year in preschool, and
Yep.
they kept getting sick, and I kept getting sick, and I
Mhm.
was like, this is terrible. This is very bad. I don't think I have the bandwidth to have two children and also teach twice a week. I don't think this is a good idea. So tried it. No thanks. Pass.
Yeah. That's there. I remember going through that era of when I was teaching, where my son was very young, and just the amount of sickness that ran through the house on a regular basis was kind of disgusting. Um,
Yeah, we had like
oh,
everything
yeah.
that fall. It was like a puking thing, a cold thing.
It made you stronger. That's the you got to look at it that way. You're more immune to stuff now because of it. Uh,
Well, I guess that's true because we really haven't been that sick since then.
yeah. They that's the way the world works is it makes you stronger by exposing you to nastiness.
By
Uh,
making you miserable
yeah.
first.
Um, with now that you have 4-year-olds, you're in the world, and you were in this world before you had kids, but you're in this kidlit world, and I'm wondering about sort of has it, and this is a question I ask a lot of parents because I get fascinated by this, but um, how has it impacted your making process?
It's like, first of all, I have to, and when I tell you this, I'm gonna look into the camera because I have to tell you, and I have to tell anyone that's watching that if you are an artist that is considering having children and you don't have them yet, you need to know that especially if you're a woman, especially if you are the person, the individual that will be having human people living inside you,
Yeah.
it will fundamentally change not just your work practice, but also everything else about your life.
Yes. Yeah.
It changes everything. It changed my work, the way I feel about my work, the way I'm able to do my work. It changed the content of my work. It changed the way I approach my creativity. It changed my process. It changed my brain. It changed my emotional landscape. It changed my body. It changed my bank account.
I love it. This.
There is literally nothing in my life that it did not change.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just nothing.
Especially,
It's all different. We have the before time and the after time.
especially, especially with twins. You're gonna be.
Yeah, and that is the other thing is that I didn't have one baby. I was a first time parent that had two kids at the same time.
The,
So
when we had our son, my wife was working full time at a company, and so I would take my son to like a parenting group and the sort. And not that I wasn't necessarily a stay at home dad, but it was my free time was a little bit easier than hers at the time, and the amount of wiggling you have to do to manage life at that time is pretty intense.
it's not day to day. It's minute to minute.
Yes, and like I said, with twins, you're fighting a deeper, harder fight than I ever had to with what you had to tackle.
Well, listen, I already imagine you're trying to take care of a baby, but no, there's actually two of them. And
Mhm.
also, your body just got essentially broken in half.
Yeah, beat up.
And also, it wasn't just birth, getting them out of me. It was 4 months before that. I was already in a deficit. I was already so messed up from my twin pregnancy. It was crazy. And I know other people who have had twins. I know other twin moms, because if you have multiple babies, you must have people who have also been through it, because
People
you
talk.
need, you
Yeah,
need to get together and swap horror stories with each other and be like, oh, thank God you understand. Um, but I, for some reason, twin pregnancy for me was just it was so extra. It was just everything about it was so turned up to 11. And I
good.
don't know if that's me or if that's my physiology or what, or if it was my children, because admittedly, now that they're here on Earth side for the past 4 years, they are big personalities. Like they are big extroverts, big feelings, big creativity, a lot of things that are very relatable for me.
Yeah,
And then also some things where I'm more of an introverted person, or I'm more reserved. Um, in a social situation usually, but I have very extroverted children, so I've just had to learn to be yeah, that's how they are. I'm not going to try to teach them to be otherwise, because it is their nature that they just are friendly. So I'm just going to have to kind of be mom in the background that's hi, my friendly kid is friends with you now.
yeah. My
That's just what they're like.
my kid and your kid are now sharing snacks without
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
mentioning.
that's
Yeah.
exactly right. I hope your kid's not allergic to peanuts.
The one of the questions I was going to ask you is sort of, yeah, what are the twins like, and like, do they have a different preference for things in the sense of, you know, either the content that they like as far as like different shows or things of the sort, or are they, you know, one more creative and one's more like uh, pragmatic or things of that sort. But it sounds like they're both in that of creativity and being out there as people as
Yeah, they're very they are both really like that. It's funny because they go to preschool now, and they like the teacher will tell me like, "Oh, well Rose is more like, you know, she's a little bit more reserved and like she's the one that really likes to draw." And then Hazel is very, very extroverted and she's always socializing with her friends. And I was like, did you get them mixed up with each other? Because it's like the opposite of that at home, you
that's
know?
yeah, it's a my son does very well in school, um and especially when he was in kindergarten and, you know, elementary school, he was very, very like follow the rules and whatnot. And my wife and I had heard this theory, and we believe it's basically true, that at school he was very on the ball because the teacher didn't have to love him at the end of the day. And
Mm.
we do, you know, like we can sit there and go like, nah, we don't like you anymore, or like you're going to move on the next year kind of situation. um, and so he was very, very good in those situations, but then at home, you know, he's a kid, he fights back sometimes, and he's upstairs right now, he's probably hearing this, but you know, he's challenging sometimes. And it's that aspect of like, yeah, who's the one in charge, and in what capacity is their authority can make such a big difference with them. Um, do
Yeah.
you, either of them are going to be artists in the end?
Well, let me tell you this tearjerker of a story, which is that like I don't really ever like get a sense that they really like I think they know that me and Sean like draw for a living and that we're artists and stuff. We don't really like talk about it
Yeah,
like I also am sort of like, because they're so little, I'm really sort of avoiding this like what do you want to be when you grow up stuff, because I also feel like that's just like they're so little, like they're going to change their mind. They're going to be like, I want to be, you know, a a princess. Like now I want to be a doctor. Now I want to, like the other day one of them was like, can I go to space when I grow up? And I was like, if you become an astronaut, sure. Like that is something that you could possibly do.
yeah.
Not bringing up to them the fact that Katy Perry went to space for some reason. I don't know why that happened, but I was like, yes, if you do it correctly and you understand why you're there, then yeah, like go into space. That would be cool. But I was like, but the thing is, there's no air there. So that's why you, and they were like, oh, that's why you need the space suit. And I was like, yeah, exactly.
The of the world is not quite set yet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, you know, they don't, therefore, they don't know what they don't know. But they did have an exercise at school where they like filled out at the beginning of the school year, like a little thing that was like, oh, what do you want to be when you grow up? Like, you know, a little piece of paper that they like hang up on the wall. And then it's like there for the first few months of school. And I went to go pick them up one day, and they were outside on the playground. The teacher was like, all right, you just hang out here and I'll go get them. And I was looking at the board, and there were Rose and Hazel's like little, here's what I want to be when I grow up. And what does it say? But I want to be an artist.
Oh,
And both of theirs said, I want to be an artist. And I was just like, I wanted to, I think I got like teary eyed. I was just like, oh, like
you're like, I did it.
they understand that like that is a thing that you can be,
That's good. Yeah.
which is really the most like powerful lesson I think of like having creative parents is just like, yeah, you can could do that. Like, you see it's being done, so you know it can be done.
I think that's the like one of the key things for a lot of people's childhood is, and you know, mine in particular. It sounds like maybe not as much yours, but I did not know for a long time when I was young that being an artist was a possibility, and it was because there just wasn't knowledge of people that did that.
Yeah.
And the school system that I was in, you know, when you're a little kid, a lot of that is hey, we're going to look at Picasso today, but it's not, we're going to go look at, you know, Shel Silverstein. It's,
No.
we're going to look at these like classic versions of things, but, or these like art history versions of things, but not everyday practice in the same way. And so, like, the fact that your girls know already, because of the two of you, they at least know there's the possibility is such a big, like, head start for whether they want to be artists or not. They understand that, like, it's feasible to be something that is not just a, you know, business person or what have you.
Yeah, which is, by the way, like, I sure did know that myself because of my grandfather, but you can bet your boots that, like, in school, like in my public school education, all around me, everywhere I looked, I was surrounded by adults that were like, no, 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 no.
Yep.
That's not a thing that you do.
Yep.
Like, I had one of my good friends in high school was like, well, I'd really like to be a writer, but, you know, my mom was like, that's something you do as a hobby. That's not something that you do as a job. And I was like, are we not sitting in English class reading books?
Yeah.
Who do you think wrote these? Like, what do you mean that's not, being a writer is not a thing?
Do you, with the schooling that you went through, because you said public school, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing for me. Like, it just, funding and all these other things come into play, or that you just potentially, they just don't know, or they don't, you know, have an understanding of what's feasible in the industry. But it a lot of times it takes a person who sort of sees or helps you understand that you can become something bigger or better. And I'm wondering, did you have a teacher or anybody at the time that sort of saw the inkling and not necessarily said, hey, you got to go to art school, but, you know, took an interest in you and your level of interest in arts?
I'm gonna say that I know that it was noticeable from the get-go because but they wouldn't say it to me. Like, teachers would say it to my parents. So they would, like, my mom has a story where I'm like in preschool and the teacher comes, like, my mom comes to pick me up or something, and the teacher goes, so Bridget did this drawing of you, and in this drawing she drew you with high heels and earrings on, and we just think that's really, like, kind of unusual for a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
And my mom's just like, oh, it's just draws like that. It's not, like, seems normal to me, you know, like, it's just what she does at home. But, like, okay, if you think it's extraordinary, then sure. But I think if it was, like, anyone, it was, like, my parents just didn't, they encouraged, and then they didn't ever, like, resist it.
Yeah. Well, they also knew someone who had made a career, so there was less of a stigma potentially.
Yeah, and then I think my dad actually did, like, my mom told me this, like, in, you know, much after the fact, but she was like, I mean, yeah, he knew that he, like, wasn't really going to be able to stop you from doing it. He did have reservations about it because he knew that it was hard.
Yeah.
Like, he saw his own dad, like, you know, what you don't talk about is, like, you know, yeah, grandpa did this for a living, but also, like, he's struggled.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't always just like everything was fine. It was like there were problems and there were ups and there were downs, and, like, it's not consistent, and, like, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Just all the problems that are real problems.
I mean, I hear that case scenario with a lot of students that come to school where their parents were resistant and to art, or they want them to go into a specific type of art because they think, oh, one of them's going to pay better than the other.
Yeah.
And it's always that same argument, and the student doesn't quite understand it a lot of times, that it's not that they don't want you to go into doing what you love, it's they're worried about the struggle that you're going to have. And
Yeah.
that clouds their judgment sometimes. And understandable. I get it. Not everybody wants their kid to go sacrifice a lot of things in their life just for the fun, the thrill of being an artist. But I, it's when you actually break down some of that sort of like parental decision making and parental thought, sometimes it makes it a little bit easier for them to understand the other side, sort of where it comes from or why. Now, if your kids decided they wanted to go into art, would you still have any reservations, or do you think that it's just like because of your experience and because of what you've been through that you're sort of like whatever they want to do, thinking that same mindset?
Well, the thing about my children is that, like, knowing them as I have since they were teeny tiny and just existing inside of my body, I know that, like, I simply am, like, not at liberty to, like, tell them what to do.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't, like, I can have an opinion about it. It's not going to matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're going to need to do what they need to do.
Yep.
And like, I mean, I know that's easier to say now because like they're 4, but even like I already am like, yeah, I can see in them that like I see myself in them. And if someone had tried to get in my way, I would have been like, I just would have run over them like a bulldozer. So I already know how that story's gonna go.
Were you a challenging child?
No. Nope. I was just determined.
And with that, and the reason why I asked that is just that the idea of like bulldozing, which totally makes sense. Like I think nowadays I would do that without question. I think when I was a little kid, I was very like, as I was saying to my parents the other day, I saw my brother get in trouble and I wanted no part of it. And so I didn't get in a lot of trouble when I was little.
No, neither did I, but it's more like, when it came to like what I was going to do, when I got to the point in my life where it's like, oh, now I get to choose what I'm going to do because I'm 18 and I have a tiny bit of cash and my own bank account and a car. So like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Who's going to stop you?
Who's going to stop me?
And if they do, watch out.
Yeah.
Yeah. The with your husband working in the arts, is he a rebellious type? Is he someone that has that same rebellious is probably the wrong word, but is he someone who is like knows what he wants and fights for it and is gonna take down people along the way, or is he someone that sort of like knew that he wanted the I guess the question I'm trying to ask is like, you went through this stage of deciding that you wanted to be an artist, and it took you time to sort of figure that out, and once you knew, you fought for it.
Well, it's funny because Sean is like, whereas I am more like, I think Sean and I are very similar in that like we both felt like from the beginnings of our like our young days that like we really like wanted to be artists. Sean is, whereas I'm like, I'm gonna go like do my thing and like, what are you gonna do about it? I'm doing it. I like, and I'm very like straightforward about that, and like again, weirdly overconfident for like no reason at all. I'm just like, I'm doing it. Like, here we go. Sean also had some of that, like in his younger days for sure, but he's also been working in animation since he was like 18 at this point.
Mm.
Uh, and he's also just like, he does on the inside, I think that he feels that, but on the outside, Sean is just like the nicest, kindest, most like generous, creatively like generous person with his like team. So he is like, not that he doesn't like have an ego, because all artists have egos. We're all ego monsters, which is how we're able to do this work. Like I said, I like, we're very confident. For what reason, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just there. I like to think that I inherited my confidence from my dad, because it feels like the confidence level of a very tall white man, like a tall, handsome white man.
That's
Uh,
I like the idea of that phrasing in particular, like the confidence of a tall white man.
yeah.
Sadly, sadly, I like that. I should say, not necessarily that is a go-to, but
I think that it's because I'm a woman of average stature. It's like it's appealing to me as well, because I'm like, well, I can just like carry that inside of me, and it doesn't have to be an exterior thing.
yeah.
And also, what if like, what if we all experience that level of confidence? Like, we could get so much accomplished.
There's a lot of things I know would be easier in my life and other people's lives if we walked around and I mean, well, let me ask you, do you think you've gotten more confident as time has gone on?
Um, I think I'm the same level of like confident. I think that like, if anything, I've had like a harder time when my confidence has been like shaken, or when I've like struggled with it, because it's such a like steadfast thing for me, that to like not feel it or to feel unsure about it like is very unsettling.
Okay. The yeah,
Um,
the reason I ask is like I've gotten more confident throughout time,
yeah, I
but
think that's normal.
okay.
I think I'm the strange one in this conversation, because it was just there from the beginning.
Were you the kid in class that would like raise their hand and crit and want to share right away?
No, I was introverted when
Okay.
I was a kid for sure. I was more like watching, listening,
Mm.
looking, taking things in, considering, reading books, drawing, doodling on my paper, um, thinking about like, I really loved books and stories like Alice in Wonderland, and like Wizard of Oz, where it's like special girl goes to magical place. So I was always kind of thinking about like, ooh, what's like a cool magical world that I could go to?
Yeah. The
I get daydreamy, very daydreamy, very like, I'm here, but I'm somewhere else.
the that idea of what do I want to say, like the confident art kid, the kid that knows what they're doing was always a foreign thing to me. That I was the person who, yeah, I would daydream. I would sit there and doodle in my sketchbook and not really pay attention to what was going on. This um, and probably hurt myself a lot when it came to the writing side of things, because when I was in school, or when I was in uh, high school, I didn't pay attention to some of the things that would make a difference later in my life. Now, of course, I had no idea that I would end up in this career, but I wish I paid attention to more of sort of uh, the written word as
Well, fortunately, you
they're
can
still
still read, I'm assuming.
there. Well, here's the no, I read a lot.
I'm just gonna say, you could always catch
Yeah,
up on that stuff. That's
I am
You
not
don't
a.
even have to read it. Audiobooks exist. You could just listen while you're doing something else.
I was gonna say I'm not a long form reader. I'm a like kidlit, or I read the news.
Yeah.
really boring, but I read the news. And so like the idea of sitting down and reading something that is a novel is hard. The only time that I do that really
Yeah.
is with my son, where like, we read through various series as he was growing up. And he was learning to read. I would read through stuff like that. But yeah, I probably need to read more. You're right. You win the argument.
Well, I was just, if there's the thing is like, and I've had this conversation with someone else recently, and they were like, oh, I never saw this movie and I never read that thing. And I was like, you could do that.
Yeah.
That's like really easy to compensate for, actually. It'd probably only take you like a couple hours. And then you don't ever have to like have that secret worry that you never read Moby Dick or whatever.
Yeah, I think one of the things that like scared me a little bit back in the day, and this I always tell people this and they go like, how is that even possible? I had a humanities teacher in high school. The rule of thumb was that one person would get an A, two people would get B's, three people would get C's, everybody else would get D's or F's depending. And it was like this weird steadfast rule that she had. And
What?
I don't think it makes any sense as a teacher now, the way that she operated.
I don't think that would be allowed.
Yeah, no, it may have been like one was an A and one was a A minus and then a B plus, etc. But
What was the like? So looking back on this with the benefit of time, what do you think the chances are that she was just lying about this?
maybe high, maybe high. I mean, I know other people in the class got bad grades and whatnot, but I think part of the problem was, or the reason why I did not particularly like the class, and probably ties a little bit to sort of like my concern with this in general, is she made reading about knowing every detail in the book. So you would get tests that were like, what color dress was so-and-so wearing at the party? And
Oh, this sounds like a neurodivergent person, like just running amok.
Who cares? I don't care about the color of the dress. Like, what's the overall theme of the book is much more important to me. But that was the kind of test she would give. And so like, it made me not enjoy reading because it wasn't reading at that point. It was studying.
Yeah, that doesn't sound enjoyable.
Yeah. And so like, I've always had this like, well, those aren't the type of books I like. I do like reading. Do you know an author named Mary Roach? Have you ever heard of her?
Yes.
I love Mary stuff, but I haven't read stuff in a while. But that sort of like weird, sarcastical, journalistic thing is always up there for me in a way that I wish I read more of at this point. What are you reading? I said we, but meaning you. What are your what's your book du jour? Instead of color du jour, what's your book du jour?
I have been reading one of my favorite books is like the Tao of Pooh. So I've been reading the Tay of Piglet.
I didn't even know they had that one. I knew that the Tao of Pooh, but are you a regular reader? Like, do you sit down and read on a daily basis?
It's hard for me. I try to read before bed because it's
the
time when I'm actually like able to do it.
Yeah.
But sometimes I get in bed and I'm just like, that's not happening because I'm going to read one page and not absorb any of it, and then I'm going to fall asleep.
That's a rough challenge, and in particular, like I said, with the twins.
Sometimes I'm just tired.
At a certain point, you just like your brain can only take so much, and then
you reach your saturation point, and then you're just like, the brain just says, I'm simply finished for this day, no more.
Is there I think I already asked, but is there a favorite book of theirs that you? Oh no, I asked you about that. I think I did.
They also really love a thing that I like reading to them actually is like poetry. I've been reading them a lot of Caleb Brown's books. Because they're so fun to read out loud.
I was just talking about Caleb Brown the other day. Is he repped by Jen anymore?
I think so. We should ask Jen.
Yeah, I was on his site yesterday and I didn't see her name pop up in the like a contact Jen and I thought maybe there was, but he also like, I feel like he puts out books so rarely.
Yeah, I think he was really like rocking and rolling for a little while, and he's maybe taken a step back from kids' books. Um,
I know
but
he's,
I just love his, like, they're
oh,
so fun to read out loud.
the poem books are just, and I was looking at just his titles the other day and how fun the titles are for all of them.
So
Uh,
fun.
and all those books, that it's not just like such and such book of poetry. It's all these weird like word combinations that are plays on sort of the content that's within. But no, he's great in his aesthetic. I really really love his aesthetic in general across the board.
Me
Um,
too. Like I discovered his work. I bought a picture book of his at Wacko in Los Angeles because they have such a it's a store that just has like a really great book selection and a really curated book selection. Wacko attached to the La Luz de Jesus gallery. If any of you are in Los Angeles and want to go book shopping, it's just a great, great store and gallery. But I found his book there back in a time when the primary way that you found people's work was that you went to a store
yeah, yeah,
and found it. Um, and when I discovered which wasn't until much later as a parent, like pretty recently, they had so many books that were like poetry books and that were so fun to read. I was like, well, this is going to be some of our go-to bedtime reading because it's just like, I love a rhyming text. It's so lyrical and like, it's just fun to read. It feels when you're reading it like almost like a lullaby, and they're easy and they're short. And at bedtime, I mean, everybody's tired.
yep.
Like, you just don't want to like read like a whole
Yeah.
long story.
That's one of the things I remember from when our kid was growing up, that you open up a book, you're like, okay, let's read this one, and then you forget how long it actually is.
Yeah.
Oh
I feel
no.
like The Cat in the Hat is sort of like that, where like I like to read it, but I find myself always rushing through it because I'm like, when is this cat getting out of this house?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. Like thing one and two haven't even shown up yet.
yeah.
We're barely into it. Um, no, the poetry thing. I was actually there's a book idea that I have, and every time I start to write it or like think about how I'm going to write it, I always come to the conclusion that it probably needs to be rhyming. But there's also that like, the phrasing out there, like don't do a rhyming picture book. No one's buying a rhyming picture book. But there's so many of them that
Um, I
are,
just published one. It's
yeah,
just Who is Still Awake is a rhyming book, and it just came out.
yeah. There's so many books that are rhyming, but you hear that so often, and so I still have that like inkling in the back of my head, like if you write a rhyming book, who's gonna pick it up? No one's gonna pick it up.
Well, I think it just depends on the rhyming book.
Yeah, the quality of the rhyme. There was I don't know. Do you know who Josh Funk is?
Yes, that sounds very familiar to me.
Yeah, he's an author, and I think he's actually repped by ABLA as well. But he put out a post a while back that was, if you are going to rhyme in a picture book, here are the rules to play by, kind of situation. It was like, don't try to be Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
Be mindful of soft rhymes, or I forget what the other term is for that, but like, and it all made sense. And it's like, yeah, you can rhyme, you just can't do a bad rhyme.
Yeah, basically. Just rhyme, but like do it well. Because
Yeah,
that is a pet peeve is like when you're reading and like you really get a rhythm going and it's like, oh yeah, this is like sounding really, and then you hit a word with doesn't quite fit in there and you're like,
mm,
oh, ugh.
yes. The or like the rhyme structure changes for like one spread,
Yeah.
and you get caught up. There's a book that I worked on that still to this day gets me, and I've mentioned it before, but it says the word ant, like it rhymes the word can't and aunt, ant, but I say aunt. And so every time I read it, I have to like double check myself because I'm like, no, this doesn't rhyme. And of course, it does if you say it the one way, but there's a couple of words like that I vocabulary that, like I say vase, not vase. and it ruins a rhyme structure sometimes if you're not careful. So um,
That's like in Madeline, which is one that we read a lot. Madeline.
yeah,
Um, in Madeline, it says the little girls say, "Goodbye, we'll come again," and the little girls left in the rain, and I have to go like, "We'll come again,"
yep, yep, yep.
and they left in the rain. Like every single time, I'm like, "That's why? Why?"
Why the awkward rhyme structure that's in there? The are you pretty rigorous and sort of sitting down to write? Like,
No, not at all.
okay, what do you have a system at all, or sort of when you feel it?
Yeah, the system is I'll be laying on the floor of my children's bedroom and I'm
Yep.
waiting for them to fall asleep. And I'm so tired that I want to hit myself in the head with a hammer. And then I'll suddenly be like, I have a nice idea and I need to write it down on my phone.
Yeah.
And then I write it down in my notes in my phone and then I forget about it for, I don't know, a long time. And then 3 days later, I say, "Oh, what was that idea that I had the other night?" Or I'm like about to get in the shower or something, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, what about this?" And then I throw it in the app in my phone, and then yeah,
Yep. No, that's pretty classic. I was actually just going through my notes app the other day, looking for like, okay, I know I had some ideas written in here somewhere. What are they, and where can I find them? Um, because it's some of them are like 5 years old that
yeah.
just got buried somewhere in the mix. Um, are you with the idea of when you write those? Is it primarily just like a note, or is it a few sentences, or like what are you actually writing?
Well, in the case of like I have a book that I sold just recently that I'm like really excited to work on, which I haven't like it hasn't been like announced or anything yet, so I won't get like too into what it is, but it is rhyming, and I was like, it was literally that I was just like laying on like the floor in my kid's room, and I was like, I would love for it to just be like one cat, two cat. How do you do, cat? Like just really
Yeah.
like simple and straightforward, and I just started like writing it. But I think that's like the exception, not the rule. Like usually ideas like you may get like an inkling of one and then you really sort of have to like hammer on it for a while to get it to make sense.
Yeah. That's the best books, or the books that I am most proud of writing or have attempted to write. Like I have one that I need to send to Jen that I actually think is pretty darn good. That I wrote in a matter of like hours. It was not. I mean, obviously editing and things of the sort come into play, but it was not a laborious process of
Yeah.
any, and it just flowed naturally. It's those books that like you struggle with and fight till the end of time that are the ones that I you know basically end up going nowhere. Um, how's life with Jen? I mean, obviously you switched recently, but now you're with Jen. Obviously,
Yeah.
don't say anything bad,
You
but
mean this isn't the place to air my
yeah,
grievances?
well, you can. I'm not going to stop you. But I don't think it's probably the right place to do that.
um, so far so good. So with my previous uh no, where I'm gonna start is it's really great to be with an agent who's so deeply professional.
Yeah. Okay.
Like it's just I feel like the first book that we submitted together and she sent me a whole spreadsheet where it was like, here's all the people we submitted to and these are the publishers that they represent and here are all the like, this one I know it was received, this one was a pass, this one's a maybe, this one's gonna like get back to it. It was like so organized.
Yeah.
And I had just never experienced that level of like professionalism, organization, like really feeling like, you know, we sent it out to like so many people, and she really like made sure to like sit down with me and be like, what do you think about like each of these, like both publishers and these editors, and like it was like, it's so refreshing. I told her like, wow, I feel like I have just like leveled up my
Good.
entire like bookmaking career.
No, she sent me. There was a submission list that she sent me as well, and she's like, "What do you think about this, this?" And I am someone who I'm not going to sit there and like go, "No, I don't like that person." Like it all made sense, and it's so nice to have someone that knows their stuff. I mean, that's the whole point. Of agent. Have you had an agent the entire time?
Yes.
Yeah. I just that idea of like she knows what she's doing. She's not like I've heard some agent horror stories, as we probably all have, uh,
Yeah.
of just not being clear in their communication or not really caring. You know,
Yeah.
and part of the challenge. I don't know if you have the same challenge, but my day to day teaching as a full time professor means that I can't sit down and give a ton of time at all times to Kidlit. I hope I can, um, but when I want to reach out to her, uh, we sit down and we chat, and she knows her stuff. I will say, and people, I've said this on here before. I don't know if you have the same thing, but she does scare me a little, and I think it's because I am a little weakling, in some sense. I aim to please in most situations, and so like I always worry that I come across as like a wimp to her, and so she scares me a little. And I have an art agent that's out of Canada who is sort of like not necessarily the polar opposite, but is definitely like they're Canadian. Is the best way I can put it.
Oh, so they're like really polite.
Well, just like they are not.
Not like a sense of urgency ever.
Yeah, they. I always feel like I mean they're lovely people. I have no problem with them, but it's not a like we're gonna break down walls to get you jobs
Yeah.
kind of situation. I feel like Jen has got that vibe of like, no, I'm not gonna take guff from anybody, and here I come, world. And so like I always appreciate the fact that she has this sort of like go get 'em attitude.
Yeah, I think maybe that's like something that when I had my like interview with her, that I really liked about her. And it didn't, I was just like, we had a really like nice chat, and she was really like, she was straightforward, and she was like really knows her stuff. And when I got off the phone with her, I was like, you know, I don't know that I'm going to possibly have a better interview than that.
Yeah. Did you?
Like, what could I, like, what more, other than the person like doing a big backflip or something, like, what more would I possibly be like waiting for?
And so it was sort of clear cut at that point, like this
Yeah.
deal. How
Well,
did?
also remember that I have my sense of like inner knowing that's like telling me what to do all the time. And it was like, yeah, that's it. Hmm.
Yeah. How did you come across Jen? Were you like querying lots of folks, or was it?
I did. I sent out so many queries, but I have my friend Kristen Tracy, who is a picture book writer, and she was really helping me a lot, and like helping me to like, because she has been in Kidlit for a long time and knows a lot of people, and because she had recently been in the same situation that I was in, which is like she had an agent and things were not working, and she ended up leaving that agency and then having to search for new representation. Um, so she was like, "Hey, I just did what you're doing, so let me like help you out."
Yeah.
And she's also great because she was like, you know, a lot of like, I know my books are in the world and they're on bookshelves and they're in classrooms and they're in libraries, and I saw that a lot of my books that you have today are from the library, which I love to see. like there is this sort of like appearance of like, oh, the books are everywhere. So like, you know, what does that mean? How does that reflect on like the person's life? And I've had people tell me like, you know, oh, I saw Uni the Unicorn at like at a bookstore in an airport when I was like in another country. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But my day-to-day life is very much like I'm hanging out with my kids and
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm in Burbank.
Your day-to-day life is not cool. That's what you're.
Well, I mean, it's cool for me because
Yeah.
I'm doing exactly, I get to do exactly what I want to do, which is all of those things. But it's just not like, I don't really have a sense of like what it looks like from the outside to anybody else.
Yeah.
You know? So to me, I'm like, I'm over here, like doodling my little flowers and like having a cat yell at me and like, you know, posting a thing on Instagram, and then it's time to make my kids a snack and go pick them up, and then I have to do 50 loads of laundry. And like that's,
Yep.
you
Yep.
know, it's very like very normal. And um I really needed Kristen there to be like, Bridget, you're an amazing artist and like you
Yeah.
need like representation that's like worthy of like what you're trying to do. Like I kind of needed her support so that she could like, you know, give me like a nice like shake and be like, you're not just like a mom in Burbank.
Yeah.
Like
You need your Flavor Flav.
you need to like you're very worthy of like having like someone represent you who is like really great at what they do.
And so
And that
when
was really helpful. And she actually directed me to Jen. She was like, she's like, I would actually love to have Jen as like my agent, but I'm like friends with her already. And she was like, I just strongly believe that like you shouldn't be like your relationship with your agent should be professional
yeah,
and shouldn't really be like social.
best buds of sorts. Um, no, it's a totally makes sense across the board. Sort of the setup that you're talking about and the approach. I mean, I that idea of um, feeling like where do I how do people even know I exist on a regular basis because you're sitting at home doing the you know day-to-day operation of being a kidlit person um, is very common and I've heard it from a lot of folks just that idea of like not knowing that they deserve or that they're important or what have you is sort of registers true across
Well,
the
and I think I really had like a crisis after my kids were born because it was like I, you know, I don't know if you've noticed this, but like for a lot of women after you have children, it really feels like your stock as an interesting person sort of like plummets.
yeah I can understand it the
And
kid
it is hard to like you do have to like, you know, to an extent, you often have to like sort of like rebuild what your identity is once you have like children in your
yep,
life.
the kids sort of take precedence.
They absolutely do, as they should, but it means that you have to do a lot of like rearranging.
Yeah. Do you um the that aspect of sort of trying to find your way, trying to figure out who you are as a artist, etc. Do you think that you're relatively settled at this point in the sense of do you feel like you're still going to have that sort of question in the back of your head for some time about sort of who am I, where do I fit in this kidlit world or what have you?
Um, I think it's sort of always a question because it's always changing. And there really isn't, like, there's sort of just like not a way to track it, you know?
Yeah.
It's all like, it's kind of like not things that are like perceivable. Um, but what I do know about Kid Lit as like as a career is that it tends to be like the long game and not the short. So
Mm,
like all of the illustrators that I love and look up to are like, you know, like take like the Provincens, for example. They had careers that were like decades long. Like they were working from like the 40s to the 70s, you know?
yeah. Is there?
Like, and you just don't know. Even like Maurice Sendak had like a decades long career. Like people tend to be like, well, like if you're in it and you can like find your niche, like there are gonna be like ups and downs and pivots and what have you, but like you're probably, as long as you choose to keep doing it, you're probably gonna stay in it for a long time. So knowing that, I'm like, all right, well, this is just like in put it in perspective in the future, this is probably just going to feel like sort of like a hiccup.
Yeah. Yeah. The it's the like as a little kid would look at it, a day is a really long time, but as an adult feels very short. Like
Yeah.
unless it's one of those days, unless it's the day from hell. Um, the with the agent side of things, you said you always had an agent, or you know started out. Was that right away? Like when did you first get an agent? Was it when you stepped away into Kidlit, or was it?
No, I actually like I didn't always have one. So when I did 12 Dancing Princesses, I did not have an agent for that project. And it wasn't until I was like let's see, I had done a few books and I was trying to like build up some like consistency, but finding it really difficult. And I realized that the reason that it was difficult was that I just didn't know a lot about like the actual business of publishing.
Yeah,
Like I knew some people, like the art director, the couple of art directors I had worked with, but I didn't know a lot about like actually like how the business worked. Like, what is publishing? Like, what is that world? And I was like, I think this might be a lot easier if I had somebody that actually had like the inside track of
yeah.
like what this is and could explain it to me rather than me sort of like emailing people and being like, hi, like
Did you
what is going on?
did you know at the time that you needed an agent, basically, or was that sort of a news to you as well?
That was when I sort of figured it out. I was like, oh, I understand why people do that now
Yeah,
because they're in this situation and they need somebody to like find them stuff.
yeah.
Because what I wasn't able to do was to like, you know, I didn't have like an advocate on the inside, basically.
Did you when you were going to school? Was there any sort of professional practice type class that you went through that explained any of that, or was I mean,
No, we didn't have anything like that.
yeah, okay,
I think we had like, there was a class that was like about like legal stuff, like contracts,
yeah,
but I didn't take it.
okay. That's
So
I assume it's more common. It's the class that I teach right now. Is actually like we're going through branding, and I'm talking about websites and all that kind of stuff now. But I do feel like
Mhm.
there was an era that got skipped with all that stuff, and so like when I got out, I all the stuff that I know now was learned from experience, not from
Yeah.
uh, any
Yeah.
sort of educational. Now, there's probably some teacher out there that's going like, "No, Mark, we taught you that. You should
Yeah.
pay attention." Um,
Somebody's pulling their hair out right now,
yeah,
going, "No, dummy, you were just weren't in class that day."
yeah. You were sitting there drawing in the margins the whole time, and
Yeah, you were drawing Spider-Man, and we were trying to explain to you how to live.
yeah. But I do feel like it's, of that era, there was a lot less hand holding of like, here's how you need to operate in order to get by in life. And so, and especially because you're coming from that animation side too, I'm guessing there wasn't like, hey, you need an agent. There was none of that kind of talk probably showing up on a regular basis. So, uh,
No, and a lot of people in like animation don't have agents and they don't have managers. Like
yeah,
only we only heard about people having representation like that when it was like people who were like super established,
yeah.
were like really like artists that were like really in demand had like representation.
When you had
But
your own show at that point, then you get an agent. Yeah.
yeah, you had to be like really like hot stuff and then you can get somebody to rep you, not the other way around.
Um, with with going through that school, like, well, let me ask you this. This is when you said this sort of caught me off guard, and I was trying to figure out sort of how this operated. But you said that you went to um, the sort of community college or what have you, and did studio classes, and you did a bunch of credits there, but then you still did 4 years at Cal Arts.
Yeah,
Were you required to do 4 years, or did any of those credits transfer?
none of them transferred.
Ah, okay, there we go. That answers the question. Never mind.
Yeah,
Just
because I didn't take any, like, everyone was like, well, you need to take math, and you need to take history, and you need to take literature. And I was like, no, no, we're not doing that anymore.
yeah.
We're not doing the, like, you should do this, you should do that. Like, now I'm in charge. And what I want to do is I want to take painting and sculpture and design and life drawing all in the same semester.
And they're crying in the background because you're like, oh, you're not going to be able to transfer any of these
Well,
credits.
yeah, specifically, they're like, well, you're not going to be able to transfer that to a UC. And I was like, well, I'm not going to a UC. So that
Yeah.
won't be a problem, will it?
That's as a advisor at the school that I'm at, like all the full-time faculty have to be advisors. And so that was the first question when you said that popped into my head. It's like, okay, wait.
Yeah, I know. And it's like the opposite of what you actually like should do.
Yeah.
But how do you explain to the advisor that like, you don't understand? I have a little voice that tells me what to do. And
Yep.
it's telling me this is the right thing to do.
Well, even when I went through school, I don't think I ever met with an advisor or anybody to talk about where I was going, what I was taking. It was just sort of you show up, you sign up for the classes, and I did that, and that was it. I didn't ever pay attention to what I was supposed to take, and luckily I sort of got through. I must have noticed something somewhere that said, "Hey, you need this class," but for the most part, it was me just winging it, and part of it was, and I don't know if this was of your era either, but like we didn't have digital registration. You had to have a
No, you had to go in person and fill out a piece of paper, and then you had to wait in line for 4,000 hours, and then you get to the front, and then they go, this class is full.
yep, and then you have to scramble and go, what else you got? What else you got?
Yeah, they'd be like, automotive is still,
Yeah,
you fix a car. Like, yeah, it was always like, you had to get there so early in the morning if you wanted to actually get the class that you wanted.
yep. No, it was awful, and everybody went through it, so everybody had the same experience, and I can't say that anybody got special treatment of any sort,
You
but
know, I don't think everybody going through it is really like a good reason for everybody to have to go through
yeah.
it.
Oh, true, true. But I'm saying I did not feel bad in the end for myself because I know everybody else.
Yeah, I know.
Uh, yeah. So, but it was those are the before times. Those were back when the world was slow and arduous and uh, made us all hardened people as time.
Well, I also like for some reason the parking at my city college, Santa Barbara City College, which is a beautiful school on a hilltop that overlooks the ocean. Um, the parking there was just egregious. The worst parking situation, never enough parking spots. Never any of the humanities building was where they had all the art classes was like so far away from where the parking lot was that I would like have to get to school so early and then like park at what felt like miles away and then like walk up stairs like up to the top of the hill and then like across the whole campus. It was like going on a journey.
That's I was
Every single time. It was like it's so that's my like I had to walk to school in the snow
yeah,
story.
that's
I had to park at the marina and then walk.
the I was thinking the other day at my school I was sort of walking between buildings and things of the sort, and the we're we're in New or the school is in Massachusetts. I live in New Hampshire, but the that idea of like I remember walking to school in college through like deep snow on the sidewalk because that's just the only way I could get to school. And it was, we everybody lived off campus, or a lot of people lived off campus a far ways away. And the school that I teach at now doesn't have that same sort of like distance that we had when I was in school. And I was just thinking, man, that was crazy that what we went through to get to class sometimes. And I feel very privileged now that I can just drive up and park
Yeah.
situation. But how big is Cal Arts? I don't even know scale wise, like how many students.
I don't know. I know that like enrollment has been an issue
Yeah.
because not like in a post-COVID world, just not as many students are enrolling, and then like, but it is small, like, but I don't know relatively how like small is.
Yeah.
So I know character animation is the biggest department, and my class in 2007 was considered a very big class, and we had 50 students in our class.
Okay. Yeah. So that's
So
probably,
the department maybe around like 200 students, that department, and that's the biggest department.
yeah. Okay. So my guess is probably like in the like low thousands.
Yeah, very low.
The school that I teach at right now, our student body is 240 students total.
Oh, that's very small. That's
Yeah.
teeny. That's like a micro school.
Yeah. No, it's gotten smaller throughout the years just because of the situation that everybody's in.
You
But
you mean like the world?
yeah, yeah, art schools, all that fun stuff. But it's I think it's kind of nice because I kind of just know everybody at that point, and it's the world becomes smaller with that kind of numbers to be able to play off of. So, but where I went to grad school was like 10,000 people, and it was very hard to teach in that environment because I just didn't know if I would see people ever again.
Oh,
Walk,
yeah.
and they became a number. Um, do you one thing that I was wondering about a little bit with you, especially with you mentioning the twins and things of the sort, is how much time do you get to actually make your work that you want to make, not necessarily it's for a project, like
Oh,
this.
almost none. Like almost no time. I have lately my schedule has been like I finished a book and then I was submitting some things and then I just signed a contract for a book. So like I'm sort of at like a pause moment right now, like an in-between moment where I
Yeah,
don't have to immediately jump from one project onto a different project. So right now I'm able to do some new things just because I have the time. But of course, because I have like really what I suspect is just like raging ADD, I have to like have like 8 projects happening simultaneously. So like I was like, "Hey, friend, do you want to help me build a new porch railing on my front porch?"
giving yourself a task that you don't actually need.
Oh, no, I needed it. Like it is deeply necessary and like something I've been wanting to do for a long time. But like, yeah, and of course he was like, let's do it. So I've been like, you know, porch building. I've got my like ongoing garden project outside. I've got my website that's like constantly sort of like evolving. I'm gonna start selling like my books through my website soon.
So wait a second, you're selling your books to your website because you just have extra that you need to get rid of, or
No, because technically you're not allowed to sell those. They're not for sale.
yeah, that's what I'm
They're
wondering.
copies. Those don't. those don't go into the sale pile. No, it's because I have noticed after like doing having done like events and things that people seem to really want to buy books directly from the artist.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I
I
was like, all right, well, we'll give it a try. Like, let's give it a shot. Let's like, we'll put some books up on the website and then see if people show up with their money. Because if they do, then that would be a very cool side gig for me to have. To be
so
able to like sell my books, like directly sell them to readers.
is it signed copies then at that point?
Yeah, signed copies. And then also signed and like personalized
Hmm.
if you so choose. Because I know people really like that too. Like they like for the book to say like, you know, this is like to Amelia, like, uh, you know, congratulations on graduating from
Yeah.
whatever. And like, here's Uni the Unicorn because we believe in you.
Yeah.
Like that's sweet, and I like that. And I think that that is also like that is a reason that people buy books still is because they like are they commemorate
Moments.
a moment. Yeah, and it's a people also I find like really do buy books as gifts.
I last year I had a student who meant a lot to me because they were an older student. They were trying to break into the Killit world, and they struggled a lot in school. And they were nice enough to get me um, Mo Willems book of Will the Pigeon or the Pigeon Graduates. No, what was it? I'm trying to remember the title, but it was the Pigeon book, but about graduation, and just them signing that is now in my collection of books. The student signed it, but it was such a nice
Oh.
gesture of like they knew that books were important to the both of us, and they went to the trouble of making this lovely little gesture of giving me a book that meant a
See,
lot to
it's
sort of both.
things like that. Like a book is it is a book and it is the content of it, but it is also like it's the book, like it's the physical object
Yeah,
that like you really like you get to like keep it and then it reminds you of like what that was like and what it meant in the moment too. It's just like it's very pleasant. I like that.
you showed me the collection in the background, but what's the collection like? Is it lots and lots of picture books, or is it?
Yeah, it's picture books. It's picture books that I've collected. It's some art of books. It's books from my childhood. It's books it's some a few comic books, some reference books. Like it's yeah, it's a lot.
Is it? Are they books that? What was I gonna say? Like that are recently gotten,
A
or is it
lot
like?
of them are vintage. There are a lot of vintage books in there. There's some contemporary ones, but I would say the majority of them are vintage.
And are we at a point where your partner also collects picture books, or are you
Yes.
solo?
He's more of like a book junkie than I am, but not necessarily for picture books. He's like just for books in general.
Yeah. Do you have lots of animation books? Do you have the Roger,
Yeah.
not Roger Williams books? No. What's his name? They did the guy who worked on Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, I mean we have I'm sure Sean has one and I'm sure it's like a first edition and I'm sure it's like in storage
Yeah.
because I don't see it here. But yeah, we've got like animation books. Sean still has his Illusion of Life
Mm.
that is signed by all the nine old men who are still alive when he was getting in like when he was like a teenager. Um which is like quite a few of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but quite a few.
That's a
Uh,
classic. There's a couple of classic books. There's that one. There's I'm trying to remember all the different names of the books that are out there, but um, no, I can imagine that there's a quite a collection between the two of you uh, of different genres and likes. Are there artists today that you're like, oh man, I wish everybody knew about this particular artist, like people that you're sort of tracking or following as they make their way through their career?
oh, like contemporary artists?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there are. I can't think of any of them right now. This is like when somebody asks me of what my favorite movie is, and I'm like, movie? Have I seen a movie?
Yeah, yeah. The something about a Paw Patrol or I'm trying to think of, like, I don't even know if Paw Patrol is still a thing.
It
Still,
is, yeah.
still out there. Um, the I'm gonna give you a heads up here too, just so you're cognizant. But we got about 20 minutes left before the feed probably kicks us off.
Okay, yeah, I should probably wrap up anyways because I
Yeah.
gotta go pick up my girls. But this is how far I got on this today.
Yeah. Let me take a peek here real quick. I got quite a bit to do still here, but
You've been like working away on this the whole time.
oh,
I heard you like scribble scrabbling.
two plant garden is the rest of the quotes at the bottom. It's in a glare on my screen, so I can't read it. There. Here's what I
Just
will.
to believe in tomorrow.
I will do this. I will switch my camera back to little old me and send you off to
I'll
rest
check
a
around
little.
so you can take a look. There it is.
No,
Where's the garden?
I really love the texture, the aquarelle sort of
Yeah,
texture.
that nutty texture that's all like,
Yeah, built into it.
yeah. And
It's,
then
it's almost like you're doing scratchboard with it. Like you're.
it is, yeah, it is like that, except that it's not against black and I have a lot more control over it. So I
Yeah,
was like working with it with pink for a while and then changed it back to yellow.
no, it's lovely. Um,
Yeah.
so let me send you on your way to rescue the little ones or to uh, get you.
Yeah, I promised them that I would pick them up and that we could go to Smart and Final and that they could get frozen pancakes. So that's what we're gonna go do.
Wait, what? First of all, what's Smart and Final, and more important, the frozen pancake?
It's just a grocery store, but they really like, you can buy little like pancakes that are frozen, and for some reason they love these tiny little pancakes. So they like to come up with something to do after school every day.
Yeah.
So today they asked for pancakes for breakfast, and I was like, we don't have them. And they were like, could we go get them? And I was like, we sure can.
So you heat up the pancakes though.
Yeah, you heat them up. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like a pancake popsicle.
Well, that's what I was like. Is this some cool like California thing that we don't know about on the East?
Cold
Like,
pancakes are
yeah.
cold.
Well, it's like a ice cream taco or a taco. I
You
was
do
like,
have those.
yeah. Thought maybe it was something like that, but this has been lovely. I have enjoyed chatting with you, getting to know you, etc. And as I said before, we are distant cousins in the ABLA. Not even that distance because we have the same agent. We're like at this point. And so it is a pleasure to have had the opportunity to chat. And do you have anything you want to plug before you?
Go to my website and sign up for the mailing list so that if you liked this, you can know when it is that I'm going to start selling my books because it's going to be really soon. And
Okay.
I would love for people to like have signed books because
Good.
it's lovely.
Is it all books or is it more?
I'm starting off with like several titles and then we'll see how it goes. It's not all of them because that would be a lot of books.
I have a feeling you're sending one our way eventually. We're going to be contacting you for one once that gets posted. So we will we'll have to pick and choose. We can only have so much space on our shelves now.
It's the problem with books is that they do take up a lot of space.
Oh, we've eaten up all of our built-in bookcases that we built like just a couple of years ago. They're completely filled. So, but this has been lovely. Well, have a lovely rest of your day, and
Yeah,
I'll.
thank you. Thanks for having me. It was fun. That really like went by very fast.
Yeah, you lasted the whole time. The whole time. That's impressive. You're a gabbin dude, as we call them.
I was in the zone. What can I
Yeah.
say? I was in the flow.
Okay. Um, have a lovely day. Say hi there.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
Okay, folks. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep making because I gotta finish this as much as I can before the time runs out. So you know what I'm working on again here on my wall. There's my sketch, which is this Cyclops piece. Here's where I'm at so far. I got a chunk of it done, but I still got to do the pedestal. I still got to do the title work, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to my downshoot. I'm just going to keep going and hopefully get as much done as I can before the time runs out. If for some reason I can't finish it here, I will try to do it digitally at a different point. Or not digital. I'll try to finish it as much as I can traditionally and then move on to maybe doing digital type or something of the sort at a point. But I just want to get this little pillar built into this for sure at this point. So let me work on that. If you have questions, throw them in the comments. I'm more than happy to have a chat based on questions that you ask. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Next week, we are going to be having Zoe, Persico. I have them right here. Things like Brothers Are Not for Hitting, Greta and the Giants is going to be on. So try to tune in for that. That will be on, I believe, what day is that going to be? That's going to be that's a Thursday. I'm sorry, that's Thursday at, I believe, 8 p.m. So try to tune in for that if you can. And then later this month, we have the following week is Tom Engelberger, we're finally getting around to that. I was sick and wasn't able to do it the last time. And then after that is Greg Pizzoli. And so we have a lineup of wonderful folks for the month. Make sure that you tune into those. Otherwise, feel free to ask comments or asking questions in the comments. And I'm just going to keep plugging away. As well, last week I worked on 2 pieces that I'm going to auction off. I need to get them scanned in and taken care of in that manner. But with we had on Raul Gonzalez, i.e. Raul III, last week, and so he has already showcased his and put it up out there in the world. And so we're going to be auctioning those off, and money will go to the I have to think of it, Immigrant Center of Minnesota. And so we're going to try to get those out to some folks that are in need of help, and whether it be making sure that they are allowed to stay in the country, fighting the good fight. Let's put it that way. And then I'm trying to think if there's other things that are going on. What else is going on in the world? Whoa! Let me get this in here. There's a little pillar. Let me stick this down. So I got approximately 13 minutes. Let's see how much I can get done. I don't think I'm going to get all of it done, but I can at least get the pillar and maybe the words. We'll find out in the mix. This piece, I will probably actually, the background on this, I like the background a little bit, but I may digitally cut out some of the stuff in the end, because it makes it a little bit easier for type purposes to have a nice clean edge on things. So I'll probably end up cropping this guy tonight. And I'm trying to think if there's any other little odds and ends for folks. Otherwise, you gotta sit and listen to me and yammer on. Okay, let's get some of that pillar aspect going on here. Got to get it going on. Got to get it going on. Going on. Hey, going on. Ooh, going on. Ooh, going on. Hey. What I'm gonna do is try to do some. Pillar painting here. So any questions from anybody? What's everybody watching? What's everybody doing? We're watching Fallout. That's been our nightly show. What did we watch before Fallout, Lauren? Oh, Wonder Man. Yeah, that was pretty good too. Thanks for remembering what we did like 3 days ago, and I couldn't remember it. Did you guys already have dinner? Okay. Let's see. See how much of this I can get done. Trying to get that pillar to look like it's got a little bit of dimensionality to it. Doesn't have to be perfect, but a little. I'm trying to lighten. Some of those edges there. And then what I'm going to do is add some banding in there. Maybe a little banding right there. What? Oh, the books that we bought. I went on a kick and bought a series of books that are primarily translated. My wife sent me a list of translated picture books that we love. Weird translated picture books. And so we got Croco. We made a little story about it the other day, I think. But Croco, we got Octavio and his glasses. We got, I'm trying to remember them all off the top of my head. Freya and the snake. We got I Loved You. No, I've Always Loved You. I Already Loved You. That's what it was, which is super sad. Because I Already Loved You. Yeah, that's what it is. And then we got, I'm trying to think of all the different ones that we got. There's Monsters Don't Need Haircuts. And I don't know, a bunch of wonderful books. and it was a lovely day to get a package with so many books in it. I think we got 7 books that day or something like that. Was it Flavio's glass? No, Octavio and his glasses. Yeah. My wife's upstairs yelling down the titles to me. Okay, let's see. Oh, we got Rosie Runs and The Magician's Flower, if I remember correctly, that are beautiful and sort of folky, etc. They're all upstairs. I'll try to showcase them at some point, but they're all there. I got about 6 minutes. Let's see how much I can get done here. Who can think I can do it? I'm not sure that I can. Trying my best to get this all done in a reasonable time. Let's see. Okay, let's get. I'm gonna sneeze. Hey! Sorry about that, folks. Yes, I have a dad sneeze. I get it. I have one of those sneezes that's really loud and obnoxious. And guess what? You gotta deal with it. Okay, let's get a darker section here that I can get in here and like. Color that in. In fact, I'm going to take this color and I'm going to do the little swirls that are in here. Yeah, keep an eye on time. I got, it looks like 4 minutes, roughly. Try my best. It's a bad brush for what I want to do. Let's go to this brush. And get a little bit of these deeper shadows in here. There we go. Okay, let's see. Let's get. Where's my eraser? I want to thin that out a little. No. Okay. This thing's going to cut me off in 3 minutes. I'm trying, Lauren. I'm trying. A little bit of that pink color there. Do I have? Oh, there it is. A little warmer. He's got a little bit of pink in his cheeks. Okay, where is it? There it is. Go. Put it up a little bit right there. Thin that out just a touch. Okay, I think that's going to have to be the it for now. It's going to need another like 10, 15 minutes, and I don't have that kind of time. So that's it for the evening. Here's my Cyclops that I've done so far. It's going to stay Cyclops here. Again, boom, like so. That's the gist of what I got. So you all have a lovely evening. I will see you next week at 8 o'clock on Thursday. Bye, everybody.